thing. Dude, hello.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Why Auntie.
I hope everybody's doing well. Hello, welcome.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Um, welcome. All right, Miss D, I'm gonna just sit back until you say, do it. Do it, lady.
So, y'all excuse me today. My city has decided it's spring, so my allergies are doing a little bit, but that was not going to stop us from coming here today. I am Auntie D. This is Auntie Love, and we are presenting you a program that we were going to present a version of this anyway today. But there's some things that happened, like we have September 11th and we have January 6th, and now we have October 4th. And if you follow my channel, Auntie Love's channel, we've addressed some of the things that happened. So,
yes,
we've addressed some of the issues that happened. But what we wanted to make sure to do is that, see, we learn a lot from other Black women who have channels. Level Up Single Mom, our own Kiana Footman, talked about how there was a point in her development where she was very hardcore in how she addressed other Black women who were going through similar things. But she said, I had to realize that my shame and my anger was translating through how I had conversations with other Black women, and that was not helpful. I recorded my personal video about this about 3 times for the same reason. So Auntie Love and I have been sitting down and kind of doing our work, because what we don't want to do, and we're going to actually start today a little bit differently than usual, is have hurting Black women and hurt you even more by not being in control of how we choose to communicate with you. So we actually have up here, so we're going to do something to welcome in. We're going to do our best to help us release the tension of the week. We're Black women in America. People out here attacking us because they cannot get to, we're going to put Vice in parentheses, President Kamala Harris. We have the regular microaggressions that we have in a society that does not value Black women. So before we get into what we need to get into today, we just want to do a simple welcome in. Let's get rid of some of this tension exercise. Now, Auntie Love has put together an entire selection, and we'll talk about some of these things, about how we manage our feelings and help our centered in our bodies and relax. But one of the easiest things to do is the 5-5-5. And Auntie Love, I think I have this down right, but correct me if I'm wrong. So we're going to breathe in on a 5, hold a 5, be down on a 5, and probably do this at least 5 times. Is that about, do I have that about right?
I'm going to put the presentation up while you're talking. Welcome, everyone. Let me put this up and share my screen or do something. I don't know what I'm
doing. Y'all aunties, we do our best with this technology and all that, but we were born a little bit before we could do it all this. So be patient with your aunties. There we go.
So I hope everyone can see it. There.
Okay. There we go.
We're going to do that. Like, why isn't this thing? Girl, if you don't do a slideshow right now, not playing. Hello, True.
Hey. Hold on. Okay. Let me come welcome y'all in on this side.
Hello. So just to get it centered, I want everyone to know that in our oh dang, what's that thing? Description. What?
Description for this.
Okay. In our description for this show today, this live, because we knew it was going to be triggering to Black women because we are going to in part discuss what happened on Demons of Thought with Cynthia G or whatever. As well, we're going to use that as an example, right? But that's not the entire focus, okay? And because we look for areas in which we can come up with solutions for Black women and give you tangible things that you can touch and feel, right? It was flabbergasting to me on that show last Friday with those two, that there was no trigger warnings until Petty put one up and this and that. And I don't often see Themis, and I basically don't see what's that child name? Cynthia G. I basically don't see her that much, but I watch all the ops. And yes, I said ops. Because if you are having behaviors that are anti-Black woman and Black girl, to me, ops. That's how I roll. So, what we want to start off with is in our description, you will find that we put a trigger warning up. And we put a trigger warning up on the thumbnail because we're going to be talking about sensitive materials that can be triggering to all of you. They're triggering to me. They're triggering to Miss D. So we know that Black women are constantly being attacked. Like there's no safe haven for us. And then at the same time, we're supposed to be doing it. People believe our only function is to serve them, right? And I don't care what their name tag is. They could be a family member. They could be a distant cousin. They could be somebody else's half cousin. I don't know, but it's been a constant that we're supposed to swallow all the pain and suffering we go through. And because we're preternatural elementals, what they call Black girl magic, we are alchemists naturally. So we turn those things around. But while it is a benefit to all these other people, it's so much pain and it's too much. This shit is too much. And Friday, I've seen other things, of course, that we've discussed on here. Too fucking much. So, trigger warning. I also want you all to know. Hi, Rochelle. Hello. Hello, everyone. I also want you all to know that we put the DV hotline. Okay, it's the national hotline for the United States, but in other countries, you probably have one too. I put that there because I wanted to make sure that even though this system is really difficult for us to navigate because people again treat us as if we're not human, we don't have pain, right? And then they step on our necks and our backs and then tell us to get up, right? So I want to make sure that you had at least the resources that are available at this time. But do know we want to work together with all of y'all to create our own infrastructures. So let's start by, like Auntie D said, we're going to be doing some breathing techniques and things like that. But I just wanted to make sure that I said that to y'all, okay? And that if you're having whatever it is, if you're going through, because girl, we be going through, okay? I want you to have those resources at your fingertips, and they are in the description, as well as other resources. Y'all know me, and y'all know, okay, you know how I am. with my GRIA, and I always got a book. I always got, all this data. I understand what that young lady said over there on Themis about what's her name, Cynthia, whatever. I understand that she has some degree in psychology or whatever. Okay, great. That's wonderful. I don't know where that's from or whatever, but it's very odd in the way that it's along the lines that I've seen white women who are supposed to be working in service spaces like healthcare. That's how they act with us, the same way that young lady acted on Themis and Thought last week. So not only did I put up the trigger warning and everything, you guys, I wanted to make sure that you had other resources, that you could see some of the research that Auntie D and I had done. And we always give you a whole long old page of all the women and things who are coming up with solutions for Black women, right? So hello everyone, welcome. So okay, I said my little piece, and I can come back later and put this up again for everyone, or I'll remind all of you that it's here. It's in the description as well, okay? So, and if you need to check out if what we're talking about is too triggering, too sensitive, it's bringing up all of these things, please check out. I need you to be self-full. I need you to center yourself. So that's why we're going to do what I call a check-in. And the first thing I tell people, because I just did open up, well, the self-confidence class has been open for people, because we're always being told, you need to get it. How come you don't have no standards, and you don't have no this, and you don't have no boundaries, and blah, blah, blah. Well, who the hell's teaching us that? People don't want us to have, they start with before, as soon as they know we're a girl forming in our mother's wombs, they start telling us that we don't belong to ourselves, we belong to everybody else. So where do we get that information? And then we look back to our mothers and grandmothers and great grandmothers, and we're like, how come they didn't tell us? Because they were going through Jim Crow. So at some point we have to give each other's, we're going to have to be able to give each other grace. And well, at least 70 to 85% of us. The rest of y'all, 30 to 15 to 30%, y'all are anti-Black woman and anti-Black girl, which therefore makes you my enemy. Because anybody who's an enemy of Black and Indigenous women and girls is mine. So the other thing that I suggest when I put these classes up, and I just put up I have a vetting 101 and 102. I still got to finish platforming 102, but 101 is up. They're always telling us, you don't know how to vet, and blah, blah, blah. Shut up. So I'm giving us step by step, and y'all know how I like to get into the weeds. So, I always suggest that you touch base, such as healthcare is for us as Black women, working with what we got now, that you touch base and consult your medical and mental health team, right? Because that's part of being self-full. And then I'm done. So I let Miss D go. I'll go with here we are at check-in. Go for it, Miss D.
Okay, that was actually really good, because like I said, you actually put these systems together, and I very much appreciate you doing that, because you know how this works together. I'm learning like everybody else. I'm a graduate of self-confidence course. Y'all should just go ahead on it and get that. Just get it. It opens a lot of doors for you. Okay, check in. Couple of things that are simple to do One of them is hydration. Hydration. Make sure that you have enough water and that you have enough available, because being able to take in water and benefit the body in this way can help bring blood pressure down. It can help bring your heart rate down. It can make sure that you just are not overwhelmed just by doing this. So I have for today, because this was a 27-month triggering, 33-month triggering process. I keep these little ones around so that I can have them available. So you just, if you get real stressed, you just take an 8 ouncer and you just go. And your body feels relieved and helped. And that's something you can do anywhere you are. Nobody has control over it. This is a choice you make, you go. You command refreshment to the body, which goes with our subject. Also, no
Yeah,
one needs to know you're doing. Auntie Love, did you have something?
just really quick. I'm gonna say
Yes,
this,
go.
ladies. I'm just butting in. The brain that you see I have up and all of that, I do go and do deep weed studies. Well, plus I'm an RN, so I have to do CEUs and stuff like that. So one of the things, because Ms. D is telling us we have this at our fingertips, right? These are things we can do to bring down our central nervous system when it gets inflared, right? Inflamed. And it easily becomes inflamed because our brain doesn't really see a difference in one pain or another. It tags emotional pain in the same way it tags other types of pain. So your brain, when you're going through these emotional things and the feelings, because we get to have emotions, and we need to be trusting in them, and people stop telling us, oh, you being too emotional. Shut the hell up. I'm listening to my damn feelings. Okay. Because I have my feelings working for me, and that's what we're trying to help you with here. So what my therapist taught me, because some of this is what my newest therapist taught me, and that is that your brain is putting in, when you're going through emotional things like what happened last Friday, your brain and your central nervous system gets very inflamed. Okay. You start releasing stress hormones, right? You're having a difficult time sleeping. You actually start holding your breath. You don't even realize it, right? And she said that your brain, when you're going through these types of things, it's like working out, 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. What would you do if you were working out? Because your muscles are spending energy, your whole body's spending energy. You drink, right? You make sure you do some protein, right? Well, it's the same thing when you're going through emotional type things. That's it. Okay.
No, again, I appreciate, because if no one teaches us, how do we know? Thank you. You're on your griot today. Thank you. Okay, so
Tag,
now something else that you can do and no one has any control over you doing it. So we're going to breathe into a 5, and what I'll do is I'll use my fingers to count off. Now, if you have to breathe slower or faster, understand you count to 5, find what your rhythm is. There are things like Wim Hof exercises and things of this nature that go into this. But again, you would to start up. I've done baby Wim Hof. So you start where you start, because depending on what your breathing patterns are, you do need to go at your own pace. But I'm going to try to do nice, moderate pace for everybody. And this is something you can do. No one can tell you not to. They don't have to know you're doing it. You just count in your head. Okay, so we're going to release whatever breath we have. We're going to make sure we're not holding anything. And breathe in on a 5. Hold for 5. Out for 5. And rest. We're going to do it 5 times. Number 1. Out. In. Hold.
I didn't hold.
That's okay. Like I said. Like I said, we got to do it at our own pace. So I'll give you some time to rest and relax in between. Okay, that's 2. I'm going to go to 3 more. In. Hold. Out. Rest. In. Hold. Out. One more. Take a moment. In. Hold. Out. Ah. What that allows us to do is take control of how our own body works and to shut out all the other distractions for a moment, because you really do have to concentrate to do this, but on a way that's helpful to you. So we couldn't bring the bubble bath because, the technology just ain't ready for that. But hopefully that helped us. And again, hydration. But we have a beautiful part of our discussion that's coming up first, because we also have people out here telling us we do not have standards, and Auntie Love has upgraded the Matriarchate theorem. We have platinum standards, people. What you mean? We don't just have gold standards. No, we don't. Platinum, the greatest veins of platinum are in Africa. So just understand. We've had platinum standards for a long time. It's just that, people didn't know. Well, they gonna know today. We have some platinum standards. Now, I would really love for you, Auntie Love, to just brief the development of the Matriarchate theorem, and then I'll see if I can if you have it on your
I do.
slide.
It's yes.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm just like, how do we both present it the same? Like I said, y'all, your aunties are trying to figure it out.
It's
We
not
trying to get here. We trying to get it. We're gonna go through the standards, and then we have an additional warning because some people roll with large groups of people that basically uh, co-sign their foolery, and one can never tell when you evoke certain names who you might summon, if you will. So we have to an additional. It's actually in our outline because we're not playing the foolery today. But let's put forth the standards so everyone knows what they're expected to do as they come in here, and then I'll do a little additional help afterwards. Auntie Love,
okay.
please tell us about the Matriarch theorem and also the platinum standards.
The platinum girl, the platinum.
The
Okay,
platinum standards.
so that breathing we just did, that was wonderful, Auntie D. That was so wonderful. And you know what? I'm gonna get to them standards in just a second, but I need y'all to know something. That if you've watched me on this show and you see me get very upset about something or whatever, you'll see me using those breathing techniques because I practice them even if I'm feeling, the least bit unsure or whatever. Okay. We're not the progressive muscle relaxation. I do that too. And actually, that's a part of what Auntie D just showed us. We didn't tell you to tense up your muscles, but you start tensing up your shoulders when you take that. So you do your 5-5-5 breathing. And then if your rate is high because you are in emotional pain or that, right? There's the pain rating that we get in the hospital or the doctor's office when they tell us, oh, so oh, so you broke your leg, and they never believe us, but you broke your leg, so you can't be in pain because you're a Black woman. But no one has ever taught us how to ID what we're feeling in the moment, and then rate that on a pain scale if it's harming us, if it feels unsafe, if we feel unsafe, if we are unsafe. No one ever teaches us any of those things. And when they do, even if you have a psychology degree, when they do, they're usually teaching you so that you can regurgitate it, not actually get a part of your own everyday life. So the progressive muscle relaxation, you just start at your shoulders, you tighten up, use the same breathing that Auntie D just taught you. And you do 5 repetitions of that. So, well, you start with your shoulders, you tense them up, you take in a deep breath, and then when you exhale, you relax your shoulders. Then the next breath you take in, you're going to ball up your fist when you take inhale, and then you're going to relax it when you exhale, right? The next thing you're doing is you're going to tighten up your belly, right? So you're taking a deep breath in, and you're tightening up your belly, and then when you breathe out, you just relax. And then you go down to your thighs, right? And you just tighten up your thighs as you're breathing in, and then when you breathe out through your mouth, you relax your muscles. Then your toes, you have them point towards you. It doesn't even matter if you're wearing shoes. Don't even matter if you're in the car, okay? You point your toes towards you, it's going to stretch your calf. And so you're going to take a deep breath in, and then just like Miss C told you, hold it, breathe out, and relax your feet. And that's called progressive muscle relaxation. Y'all don't necessarily see me doing that when I get on this, but I do. This takes practice. The first time you do it, you're gonna be like, "What is this damn girl talking about? That don't do shit." You wait till I get my hands on love, okay? But you must practice it, even when you don't feel like it. Now, over this last 2.5 years, it has become an automatic thing. I don't even realize I'm doing it anymore. Well, it brings down my central nervous system. And then, like Auntie D told y'all, water. It's just like if you're working out for 3 hours, right? At the gym. You need water, you need a snack or some food that I encourage proteins, right? Fruit, stuff like that. And you also, it depends on how high your pain rating is, but you also can add in that imagery. I have a very hard time with meditation. My brain processes all the time and it's moving really fast. So it's very difficult for me to meditate. But these breathing techniques that Auntie D just taught you, it's a part of your meditation, especially if you concentrate on the air coming out into your nose and what that feels like, and then the warmth of it when you exhale, leaving your mouth. Your body needs oxygen to function properly. If it doesn't have the right amount of oxygen, it's going to shut down from the outside, from the, your fingers on up, and your heart. So we can go into having anxiety and panic attacks behind not being able to bring our central nervous systems down in the moment, or not being able to identify what is it I'm actually feeling. What emotion is this leading to? So the imagery or meditation, if you want to call it that, I generally will think of a space that makes me really happy. For me, it's the ocean and this idea of all the black women that I grew up with, and that, you know, that were just magnificent, and the ones I didn't know but heard about, and my ancestors of black women. And but I always see myself on the beach, and I'm sitting in between my daughter, my goddess born daughter, and my goddess born grandmother who raised me. And I just feel the sand, and I feel the water here is warm. Feel the I feel the warmth of the water. We all three of us walk out hand in hand into the water, and we're laughing, and I can smell the salt air, and I can feel the salt on my tongue, and the warmth of the water and the sand under my feet, and my daughter's hand in mine and my grandmother's hand in mine. And I just become calm because that's my safe space, even no matter where I am physically. Okay, so I hope that helps. Hello, Invisible. Hello, love, love. I hope I said hello to everybody. I say hello.
Hey,
Hi, Culture
Invisible.
Connoisseur. Oh my
Hey,
gosh,
the culture
connoisseur.
connoisseur. Hey.
Okay, so it's okay. Me too. Me too, Kiana. I'm horrible at drinking water, but I make myself because oh my gosh, it works. And it brings down your central nervous system so that you can start to heal. Okay, so we're going to use those check-ins. When I say a check-in time, that's what we're going to do. Okay, or if one of
Yep.
y'all go, I'm checking in out here in the comments, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah,
Okay,
and Bob, check in whenever you need to because we're going to start out in a very affirming way, but we got to handle some business today. But see, and this is the other
yes,
thing.
so we
If
yep.
your central nervous system is out of control, I literally watched this happen to a black woman yesterday. It's going to make it very difficult for you to make good decisions because your body is now in fight or flight mode. So if
Mm-hmm.
you can't break that, you don't have the energy to change your situation. And because we have not gone through, so a lot of people, and we're in a very efficient society. Why are you starting your life with all this touchy feely woke feeling stuff? Because they don't understand how the body works and they don't love black women. So it's both of those things combined. How am I supposed to take the risk of escaping some individual intent on hurting me if I cannot even find the energy because my central nervous system is on fire? These are things that we don't think about often enough because we were not taught. So why are we putting in, we're 30 minutes into the show. Why are we still talking about things we do to relieve the stress in our bodies? Because if we can't do this for ourselves, no one's going to do it for us. No one even wants us to know. Raise your hand in the chat if you were taught this in your grade 1 through college education and you're over 25. Now, under 25, because I do have some middle school students that they taught them to do breathing and meditation day one. So in the 2012, 2010s, and later, maybe. But
Mm-hmm.
this was not available to us. So we didn't have basic tools to be able to regulate our own bodies so we can think clearly. And if you can't think clearly, then you can't do anything else well. And this is one of the reasons why people who have been, trigger warning, abused feel so hopeless. There are so many steps that you need to take to feel like you can command a better situation. So we are attempting to have the conversation in detail to give you tools that you can use that you ain't got to ask nobody for permission to be doing. So you can clear your head. So you have an opportunity to respond and not react when that person throws out that first red flag. Because if your central nervous system goes into a tizzy and that person disrespected you that first time, you may not be able fast enough to be able to settle yourself down enough to know how to respond. But if this person's still going on, they don't know you 555 in them. Now, of course, Auntie Love gonna tell you later. What you might want to do is after you done call 555, that's going to help you hold your grip steady when you call 9MM380. But I'm just saying, let's make sure that we have the tools that we need to take whatever actions are necessary, because your body's trying to get you ready to fight or flight. So you have options. But if your nervous system is all out of control, see, I'm someone who gets migraines. So I already know if I don't try to manage myself, like I said, this is a hard subject. This is personally difficult for me, but also why it's personally necessary. But like I said, I got my stuff here. But these are stair-step tools. When you hear people talking down to Black women about why it's their fault that they can't escape their situations, we'll get into it later. But understand the level of ignorance of the physicality, psychology, and emotional makeup of human beings that it takes to do that when tools are available. Auntie Love has developed these things specifically for Black women, but understand that the basics of these things have existed before that. It's just the information was not readily made available to that. And Auntie Love, and of course myself as the other Noir Auntie, are making them available to you. Earlier in this video, we also had the hotline for domestic violence, and we had therapy resources for Black women. We'll probably put that back up to make sure that whatever your situation is, or you just have a friend, ask for a friend. They can watch the first 35 minutes of this video and get, if they're help seeking, which we're going to talk about later, the first step to getting out of an abusive situation is help seeking. Who can I count on to help me if I choose and when I choose? This is a first step to finding help. We are your extended kinship network, providing you, okay, Black women who cared about Black women provided me phone numbers, emails, things I can do physically that my abuser may not see me doing that will give me energy. That's why we put this in the agenda. We haven't even got to the standards yet. We'll get there. That's next. But to provide resources so that you can change the things you need to change, beginning with feeling that you're back in control of what your own body is experiencing. Because what people who want to destroy Black women do is it's just like, you do your history. They took our names from us. They took our identities, our languages, our foremothers. They took our agency over our own body. This is a small way, but powerful, that we take that back. The only thing that's changed, and we pray it changes again in a particular way, is the name of the president. But as our foremothers were powerful, so are we. And we can learn how to command the best. It's important for us to know that. Because I'm sitting here doing these exercises and I need them because there's part of this outline that I already know. I have it in front of me. We're going somewhere it's going to be. We're going to have to. And y'all know both Auntie Love and I. But we're not there yet. We're not there. We got to talk about standards. We got to be fair. What are we comparing you to? What are we as Black women saying? Oh, this is what it's going to be?
Yeah.
We're not doing this over here.
Yeah, because it's so important. We can go back to later how I help. If y'all want to, we can talk about how I can help you to identify your feelings and the tools that I use. They're also in vetting for Black women, healthy relationships, 101 and 102, right? Because I do check-ins with teaching everybody how to vet somebody that wants to date you or you want to date them. Girl, the first few times we ain't on no date, I don't know you. So I'm gonna know, but I am gonna get some hair follicles and stuff. I'm gonna know some
amen
before you get close into me.
From San Francisco, you better.
So yeah, we I can show you how to ID your feelings later and all of that if you guys want to. Okay, want you to know it's here. Want you to know, I set up classes. Now I do know that last Friday, and I've heard this before from that young lady. Girl, what that girl name?
Cynthia.
Sinji, and I saw quite a bit of stuff from her. I guess she got a whole crew over there. Her crew follows her, so good. I don't know what she calls them, Cynthia
The
Knights, or
Eagles.
I
The
don't know.
Eagles.
Cynthia's a, I don't know, but whoever they are, they agree with her and her assessment that you, if you went back to the person that abused you, or stayed with the person that abused you, or some other bullshit, this girl is like, well, then you're culpable in your own abuse. No, the fuck you're not. Let me be very clear about that. That is a grown fucking man. And he made choices to violate you. You didn't make that choice for him. And this idea that, oh, well, if you weren't there, well, okay, great. But I am. So I want to make sure that I know this young lady says she has a degree in psychology, and I don't doubt her. She's a smart woman. Okay. I actually do have a dual major that I did, getting my undergrad of psychology and organizational behavior. So that's what my bachelor's is in. But it was some of my teachers, because it was in Indiana University, were former FBI. So what I was taught, ooh. But it gave me the capability to be able to use those tools in my centering of, all young children and Black and Indigenous women and girls. So some of this is what I've learned over the years, and I've put together, and I've developed programs that are specific to us and our needs, because we don't have them. And everybody will sit here and tell us we need to do this and how come you don't do this and that? Well, damn, I can't even breathe with your foot on my back and my neck. I can't breathe. So where am I supposed to get all this to do all of that while you want to assault and batter me, and then have some damn other anti-Black woman, Black girl, Black woman tell me it's my fucking fault that a grown ass man made a choice to violate me? So let me be clear with everyone. I'm going to use my daughter for an example. She's 25 now. I don't give a fuck how many times she go back with whoever the hell it is. Okay? You don't get to fuck around and then find out. You finding out right now. If she shed a tear, if she look uncomfortable in the least little bit, if she have a bad day, I'm definitely blaming that man. And I'm tearing his ass up. You may as well know when you come to meet me, my shit's going to be on the porch, and you ain't getting past that, because I want to know who the fuck are you and why are you with my precious baby? Because see, that's something else we didn't have, Black women. We didn't have people who stood up outside of ourselves as Black women and Black girls for us. But we're in a patriarchy where these people keep telling us that men are supposed to protect us. But that is not a truth for us. And really, it never has been. Okay? So just like y'all ain't gonna run around here outside of the white folks and go messing with white women, well, except me, because I don't give a fuck about them either. But anyway, I digress. You ain't doing it with my daughter. You need to know I'm in my shit and I'm hunting you down. And that is not a legend. You when you get past the certain vetting point, because see, she grew up with all of these things I'm teaching y'all, right? When you get past a certain point, you end up on my porch. Both the dark sisters gonna be right there, and I'm gonna be like, "Who the fuck are you?" And I mean that shit. Who are you? The fuck you doing here? Where your mama? Who your people? And then I'm gonna take them for a little ride. Yeah, she gets to choose who she's with, but that motherfucker's gonna know. I don't give a fuck. It ain't that kind of party. It ain't her. It ain't her sister about. A little bit. It ain't her brother you got to worry about. Okay, a lot, but you definitely are in. You, girl, you in danger. You in danger right now. And if you ain't serious about my baby and her happiness and her peace,
Run.
I don't know what the fuck.
Run.
And I don't care. You with her. So if we're not gonna do this with our daughters, nieces, goddess daughters, each other, or whatever, and we're just gonna say to Black women, oh, well, you're just stupid and silly, and you deserve your abuse because of some bullshit. I don't know where you got your psychology degree, girl, and I don't give a damn. Okay? You know, peace be with and out. You know what do them Catholics do? Go with God, girl, or don't. I don't care, but you can't do it here. Because that type of rhetoric puts a target on my goddess-born daughter's fucking back. And I won't have it. I won't have it. So, if later y'all want me to go over that a little bit and then introduce you how do you use the emoji feelings emojis and then the feelings wheel, I will be happy to do that. I did create some tools in which you can check in with yourself. Again, those are in the course for vetting, but I just wanted you to know I can tell you how you use these tools, right? So if that's something y'all are interested in later, but the one thing I do want you to know is I've learned that, you know, on that pain scale, by the time I get to 5, I should have already been intervening with myself and working and doing my breathing, hydrating, getting a little something to eat. In fact, I know enough to start working at 3 because I know how it's sitting in my body. And that's another thing. How one person deals with assault and damn battery is not how another person will. You're not in the same situation. You don't know what's going on with that other person. Okay? We're not all built the same. We don't all process the same. The tools that I give you, you get to take it and individualize it for your specific, what's going on with you in your environment and your realm that you're trying to build of happiness, joy, and peace. But I want to make sure that you're having compassion and kindness for yourself while you do it. Okay? So I now understand when I get to 3 or 4, I need to start intervening with myself with the breathing and the self check-in and the muscle relaxation. If I'm at 5, I really need to be working, adding in the imagery, because girl, in my body when I'm 6, I start feeling like I'm coming out of my body, like I'm holding my breath. I can't get enough air because I'm moving from anxiety to a panic is what's going on. And so I never want any of you to reach severe pain, severe emotional pain, and that's 7, 8, 9, and 10, you got to call for help. You have to, you're not even able to function at that point. And that's real. So I just wanted to make sure you know that this is available to you. Okay? Because we got to stop telling people, oh, you should just know. How the fuck would I know that? I happen to do decades of actual research and studies and things like that. But how did I know that at first? And I'm tired of us having to start from the beginning. We don't have generational curses. We have generational choices that we're making. But how do we even know that? So, yeah, whenever you guys are ready. But one of the other things before we go on the standards is this power and control wheel was created by the domestic abuse intervention programs. The number is there. Their address is down at the bottom. So if you guys freeze this or you're sharing it with someone, I just want them to be able to understand that this is showing you how the different people around us, because I'm centering us as Black and Indigenous women and girls, the different people around us will use every aspect or different aspects of this wheel to try to put a bit in your mouth with a mask on, like they used to do when we were enslaved, and put a harness on us and a iron collar with a lock with chain. That's what this effectively does. That's what DV does to us. So we're supposed to deal with all of that pain. If we have children, try to get them out. We can barely fucking function. Then we got to go to work. Then we're not safe at sea, in a tree, or on the ground. So I wanted y'all to have this back information so you could just kind of understand how this person is manipulating or doing whatever to you, because it kind of details it out. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was available. So here we are.
Oh, excuse me. Could you go back to the wheel for just a second? Because I want to point out something. It'll save us time later.
Okay. Let me see. Girl, what is you doing? Stop. No, I think I got to go through the whole.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it would be that complex.
No. You know what? If I would just get better at this, we wouldn't have these dang problems now, would we? Shoot.
There are two things on that wheel that I want to point out.
Okay. Hold on one second. Okay, go ahead. Let me get back to it. I'm sorry, fam.
It's important to us that we recognize that it does not matter. I think that's it.
You mean the feelings wheel?
No, the power and control wheel. The power and control wheel. There we go.
Here we go.
Okay. There are a couple things that I want us to realize about the power and control wheel. It does not matter who is doing the violence. We are pretty well adjusted, unfortunately, because our Black femicide rates and the amount of Black children who are abused has made it so that we recognize this in Black men. But here's the deal. Look at minimizing, denying, and blaming. And also, next to a couple ways up from that, using emotional abuse. I have a big contralto voice. If I bring this voice up, even if I'm trying to help you to a certain level, physically, I'm going to be abusing you emotionally because of the power of the voice I have. I not only can trigger you on the high side of a woman screaming at you, but my voice is really low. So I can also dig back and imitate whoever that man was. A contralto can get you on both ends. So a part of what I have to use, because I can do anything on this wheel by virtue of just the quality of voice if I'm not careful. For someone to sit up and reduce such a complicated subject of, and we're going to get into the data of how escaping abuse actually happens, did no research, just showed up, is minimizing, denying the complexity, and blaming. It's also a form of emotional abuse because you take people who are already delicate and you come at them. Cynthia G has a very, as someone with a big voice, I understand, but it's like when you want to help people, you learn how to moderate that. I have the voice of 4 altos and 1. So I know I have to moderate that. When you care about the people you talk to, you learn how to do that. But no, she's got a book and some content. I'm just telling y'all ahead of time. Y'all be better off getting Auntie. You see Auntie Love up there? You see her up there, right? You'd be better off getting material from someone who at least knows how to use the big voice that she has to uplift you. We are so often exposed to people who do not have basic control of themselves. Again, Auntie Love and I have been reading all week. I don't have a psychology degree. I don't have anything in medicine. So I had to make sure to read the data that she sent me so I know what I was talking about. Why? Because if your life doesn't depend on it and my life doesn't depend on it, one of your daughters, your nieces, your granddaughters, your friends, their children may depend on it. So we can't just come up here and just give you anything. But when we don't have our lives together, we resort to this wheel. Most human beings will resort to some, because in the patriarchy, we've all been taught how to do this. And since Black women don't feel like they can punch up most of the times, we punch across at each other. So recognize it says using male privilege. Yeah, oftentimes in a patriarchy, that, and let me just glide through quick definition: enthronement and deification of mortal men. Yes, in a society that's bent on that, this is what is going to be used. But there are women that use it too. So minimizing, if you take what happened on October 4th, we're not even going to talk. Well, no, we will when we get there. That other gentleman who was allowed to come up, he was just out here using the whole wheel and being allowed to do it. Mm-hmm. Because another form of this is you position yourself as the good guy, but by allowing other bad guys to come up, that is using intimidation in a very subtle way. It's very subtle, but it's like, well, it could be worse. You should just go ahead and stay over here with me because I'm going to show you what it can be like if you try to leave. That's intimidation. That's also emotional abuse. So this will can be used very subtly. And we saw some very subtle uses of it by the first 3 people who spoke a lot. Just understand it can be very subtle. And one of the reasons it's hard to leave is because it's like that frog getting the heat turned up really slow. But understand, this wheel was in play on the 4th. So I just want us to, that'll save us some time establishing this later. Because if only with people outside the community doing violence to us. It's not. It's not. I just need to say that before we went on, because the more you understand this wheel, the more you'll be able to tell, okay, this doesn't feel good. Well, because people near you use this wheel on you too. It's just sometimes more subtle.
Invincible Summer said that she learned a bit of this. She learned this in college, and Rochelle was saying, you know, she was never told about this. Well, most of us weren't, right, Rochelle? Like, like, like we weren't. Now my daughter was raised with it, but like she tells me, Mom, I don't have the same birth mother you had, you know? So, you put a lot of time into this despite the fact that you were a working single Black mother, you know, because we had nothing out there. I had nothing out there when I was going through different types of emotional abuse. Um and even though I fought back, that doesn't mean that the emotional, mental, or spiritual abuse did not affect me. And it's affecting us at work because we're dealing with women who hate us, generally white women. We're dealing with the men in who are in our quote unquote race, who by their behaviors, I'm talking about based on their behaviors, hate us, right? And some Black women who hate us. And they, just like Auntie D said, they use aspects, if not all, in some ways, this. One of the ways that white women use, like Auntie D said, let's say using male privilege, you always go, I always hear Black women go, oh, white women are voting. Their interest is patriarchy. That is their interest. Their other equal interest is making sure you as a Black woman get back into being enslaved by them. That's what their interest is. They aren't voting against their interest, they're voting against other humanity's interest. You see what I'm saying? And so we keep giving them a pardon for their bad behaviors, but they definitely use white tears to ignite that male privilege, don't they? For, you know, here come the popo and everybody else under the damn sun. Okay, which I do invite them. You should call the police and the military and everybody else you got too, hookers. But okay, I digress. So I just wanted to make sure that dang it, true mystique is just a woman after my own heart. Okay, it's just like, you 555 reason I might have to. Yes, all day, girl, all day. So I just wanted to see the Invincible. It has a squeegee voice, girl. I don't know what's going on with that child. But,
See, I don't talk about Sopranos because I don't even know what that is. I wouldn't have said that, but I'm not going to dispute y'all. I don't have a high voice. I can't do certain things that she can with her. But I do know that if your voice sounds like you need to, baby, if you care, you want to moderate that a little bit.
Yeah. So I think, you know, Auntie, thank you so much for this. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
For this, because you're right, it's just so important. Okay. So again, you were introduced to this, I think, the last 2 times we did a Noir Auntie.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I've gotten myself together and done some things. But here's something I want us to understand, Black women. We haven't, again, we've been separated from our living memory. So just like they're trying to make sure we don't know, like right here in front of us, telling us, oh, we're not going to be learning about your history at all. Okay, that's some wokeness. Oh, so y'all want to stay asleep, of course, because your best day is mediocre. Okay, I got you. Um, you want us to believe that you're good people, except for your behaviors don't indicate that. And the result of your behavior, the suffering and the pain that we experience as Black women and Black girl behind all of you different demographics, tells us that yeah, you really do hate us, and you carry out for the last 405 years this violence against our bodies. So they write policies about us, not just Project 2025 or 47 or whatever the Agent Orange duplicated of that mess. Um, they've been writing policies that tell us what rules we're gonna have to follow with our own self body autonomy as Black women and Black girls. And my answer to that is fuck y'all. No, you're not. You're not writing another policy about Black women that we as a collective are agreeing to get with. It's killing us because you're using it to kill us. You're using it to maim us. And that day is done. So that's why I came up with the guidelines, because I get sick and tired. And I have heard Cynthia say something to this effect. Y'all don't have no boundaries. You don't have no standards. You need some standards. Well, why don't you give us some to operate from? Psychology degree. Why don't you give us some standards that we could operate from? Because we really get these standards if we're always being taught that we have to follow the policies, rules, and standards and bullshit of whatever everybody else makes up for us. And when we don't do it to each individual person or group's tune, here they come. How about access denied, prayer request denied? Listen, okay, I'm going to just say this, Auntie D. I'm going to just have to say it. I don't know what's going on with Jesus' phone, but I told that, listen, no Samsung. Is that why you ain't picking up the prayer line, sir? You need to pick up the prayer line right now. 3 people are calling, you need to talk to them because they can't talk to me. They can't talk to me. It's too late. It's too late when you get to me. Okay?
Look, even as a Christian, I have to say this. A whole lot of other people, because you help me understand this, a whole lot of other people who should humble themselves and talk to whatever God they worship, if that God, or let me be fair here, or goddess that they're in relationship with, think that they're going to get it cheap from Black women. A whole lot of people want to use us as the savior, but they have no intention of following standards. Jesus has standards. There's certain things you have to do. I'm sure Sekhmet, Ma'at, any of the great names. Look, you had a whole set of mysteries that you had to master. So there are standards, but everybody wants to come and just take it from Black women, have us do the Lord's work, and not have to work on. No. There's a path that you need to follow, and that path involves respect. So even as a Christian, I sit up here like, okay, let me get out of your way, because you really do not need to be calling me. At this point, no. If you say that you know the Lord Jesus, you do need to humble yourself and do it the way he said to do it. And that's how you receive your help. You can't get it cheap off of me. And because most Black women are churched, this is something that's not said often enough. Again, people do not, men in particular, do not want, they want there to be a male God. They do not want to submit to that God's authority at all. Jesus had very high standards for how he treated women. You go back, I've done a Bible study in the book of John. He sat his own disciples down like, you thought you were going to talk to her like that? Guess what? Her name will be told every time. Mary Magdalene's name with alabaster box. Everybody going to know that story. 7 of y'all, no one will know your names till the New Jerusalem. Name all 12 disciples. Most people can't do it. Everybody knows about Mary in the alabaster box. So he was not with the manosphere. But men who will name his name will come to you for the foolery instead of going to him and submitting their butt before they ask you to submit anything. So even though Auntie Love and I come from very different traditions, see, if you go over there, if you want to learn about the ancient stuff, no, see, being Christian by comparison is easy, but don't let people use you as Jesus. Get up out the way and let people say, okay, you believe in who? Okay, you don't need to be asking me for that. Go talk to the one you say you worship, because I'm not going to give it to you cheap. I have standards too. And by the way, I know my Bible well enough to know what the standard. If y'all say helpmate one more time, tell me you have not read past the first chapter of the Bible without telling me you have not read past the first chapter of the Bible. No, what you need to do is put your butt right over here and read your Bible, baby. Get through the first 3 chapters. Find out that God blamed Adam for what happened and Eve was deceived, and spends the rest of the Bible blaming Adam for the foolery and accepted Eve's explanation. We're only in 3 chapters. I'm going to need you to read the first 3. Do not ask me for anything until you have done your reading. And as Black women, most of us who are church need to understand, people are making stuff up and acting like it's God's own law. Don't make Auntie Love come up in here and start turning over some of these tables and a whole bunch of these places. I'm just telling you, when you are a Christian and you need someone in relationship with different deities to come pull you out, that means you're not connected the way you think you are. But when you are connected to the Lord Jesus, who literally has men like, no, you thought you were doing that? Watch me knock you out of history. You're not going to allow people to mistreat you the same way. So Auntie Love gives you the viewpoint of she's definitely on the outside looking in. I'm telling you from the inside, no, don't let people make you into Jesus on the cheap. That's not your burden to carry for anyone. If you're dealing with Christian people, no, they need to go the way the Lord said to go, and they need to leave you alone so that you can follow the path you are supposed to walk and do the thing. Auntie Love and I disagree on directionality, but we do know that Black women are the first chief stewards. There's no human being who ever got here who did not have a Black woman's womb. If you go back far enough, there's no disputing that. We are profound stewards in a way that, because we've not been educated, we are not the cleanup women. We are not the lackeys. We are not, I'm going into our next outline space, but we're not. We are the parents. We are the mothers of humanity and civilization. We do not deserve to be treated like the help. That's just not it. That's since 1800. But our history is vast. So we get to command the best. And one of those things is not to be constantly pulled out of position because people do not want to go, okay, if you don't believe on the Lord Jesus, fine, get Allah to do it. If you are a Buddhist, go understand the 4 Noble Truths and the 8-Fold Path. Figure out how to make a mandala is a real thing. Figure out how to find your pure lands. Go do that. If you are an atheist, great. Find your favorite ethicist. Go sit down somewhere and do what it says. A little utilitarianism will help you. If you really don't believe in anything but your own desire to have this net, go get some skills. Humble yourself to learn how the system actually works. Stop trying to have Black women do miracles while you beat and abuse and take advantage. No. From whoever it is that you believe on, go do that over there and see what happens to you. See, even as a Christian, the Bible says don't speak evil of other people's dignities. It doesn't matter because when you understand the spirit world, you know that you don't need to be taking none of them names in vain. Just don't do it. Don't do it. But you do have a right to say, you believe this? Go get it where you believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't bother me.
Yeah.
You have a right to do that. There's certain duties that we as Christians have toward one another. But then again, the whole book of Proverbs, the whole book of James already exists. And again, If you ain't read past Genesis chapter 2, my only duty to you is go study your Bible, baby. Come back when you even know how to ask the question. Helpmate. Come back when you understand how to even ask for what you're asking for, baby. Then come back. Other than that, see GG's on the rest of it. To you, no, because even he's telling you, wait, you gonna use my name, but you ain't even. See, by the time you read the Exodus 20, you're gonna find out the mistake you just made. But you gotta get there first.
You're not gonna do it with Black women either. You ain't gonna use our name either. Okay.
There's no need for this disrespect.
Yeah. That's what these standards are telling us. Hey Nicole, hey Afro Butterfly.
Hey y'all.
I'm trying to get through I'm sorry I didn't say hello. Hello everyone. Hello. That that in part when Auntie D and I have we've been together for like 3 years almost now, right? And we sat down a couple of years ago and spoke about language and the use of language and the difference between this and that. She's taught me so many things, and I just am very solutions oriented. For me as a healer, as someone who does healing, because yes, if you are a warrior, you also need to be a healer. If you are a warrior, you need to know where you punch somebody in the throat allegedly. Okay. If you are a healer, you need to know how to put a trach in to support their throat if you allegedly punched them in the throat. I'm just saying. Okay. So they actually work hand in hand. If you're on a battlefield, some of your own on the battlefield may get hurt. So you need to be able to know how to heal them, right? Get them out of danger, that type of thing. So that's why healer and warrior go together in this case. So, I'm seeing that, like Nicole is saying, there was no psychological safety in that whole interaction. And I find that across social media, this isn't just specific to Themis and Thought and that child, Cynthia. It's pervasive, okay? Across social media. We see a lot of stuff on TikTok. I'm able to go live on TikTok, but to have some discussions like this, they want to do too much censoring. So when I need to have these types of discussions on a live, I have to come over to YouTube as well. Yeah, for that to be for there to be a claim of a certain, aesthetic, that's not the behaviors that we've seen over the last 3 years. And that is also not the result, So quite a few of women that we know were hurt by that we love were hurt by all of that. And we're not having that. Okay. So the Black Woman's Guide to Thriving Beyond Racism and Noir, it is simply a foundational set of standards that you can individualize. I'm giving you permission. Yes, I did create it and put it together. It's some of it is things you've heard me say over time. But I want you to be able to take this, individualize it for your particular situation, because standards are supposed to be broad enough for other people to take it and then develop policies and their own boundaries and their own consequences if people cross those lines. right? But we need a place to start. All we ever get is rules that take away our self-body autonomy and tell us to get with all of y'all and y'all foolishness. But we never have the space and the time to develop these things for ourselves, right? So I'm just giving you that's what a standard really is. It's a broad spectrum type of thing, and then you develop policies and procedures based on that. So like if you took the CDC, for instance, this comes from my nursing background. And I had to do, because I was at Head Start as a health services supervisor for 10 years. So I had to participate in pandemic education with public health. We were underneath the public health MD, the head of public health. So we had to participate in all of these different things, and it prepared us. And I took those tools of how you prepare for something, how you prepare for an offensive or a critical issue like a pandemic, and I brought it to us as Black women, right? Because I want y'all to I want you to be prepared, okay? And I need all these other people to shut the hell up while we start to get this. So I'm gonna just reintroduce it just really quick. The first part of this, the first page, number 1, and right now I have 6 pages. So I'm gonna introduce you for the very first time ever live to the 6th page. So because all of you guys have seen so far 1 through 5. Okay. So you can take the time to go back and look at each of these, but I'll start you here where it says Black women, girls, in other words, what I term goddess born. That's 70 to 85% of us. Remember, I said 15 to 30% of us are Black women who are or hate other Black women and Black girls. They're anti-Black woman and Black girl. And we see it in their behavior. Because I never teach people to just listen to somebody's words. I want you to listen to their behaviors, because it's going to show you really who they are and how do their behaviors actually match up with what they're saying. Is that the result you're getting? Is that if your behaviors aren't matching up with what you're saying, you're not. Okay. So Black women and girls, goddess born, owe no one our attention, likability, care, or kindness. Only we possess our self-body autonomy. Thus, only we decide what you see as number 1, 2, or 3, right? So y'all are welcome to go back through and look at each one of these, and you can see it's so very general. It's just setting people up to know that when we get to page 3 and we start looking at the vision and mission here for our guidelines of how other people are going to treat us, we command you to treat us that way or get the fuck on. Vision and mission centering Black women and Black girls is to actively behave in holding Black women and Black girls sacred, protected, and uplifted. And only you Black women, as individuals, as a group, as a community, only you decide what you being held sacred, protected, and uplifted looks like. That's why for you, because that's why I want you guys to decide for yourself, who am I and what do I want, so you can articulate it to people and let them know where this standards foundation number 1 starts off with. So when I'm telling people, keep Black women and Black girls' name out your damn mouth, don't speak to, for, against, or about us, you not my ally. You ain't protecting me. You ain't doing none of the above. You lying because the behavior that you have is completely opposite of any of that. So what I'm gonna tell you is you don't get to have access to me. You don't get to talk to or about or against me. You Black women, name out your mouth. Because we got you on a list, because I'm running hell and purgatory, and we going through and we snatching your tongue out your head. Because you don't fucking need it. That's the consequence of you denigrating Black women and Black girls with your bullshit ass rhetoric that's getting us assaulted and battered and unalive. And I'm not going to have it. So as you start going down the standards, right? You guys get to take each one of those and make it specific. So when the CDC says, oh, you should be at least 6 feet apart from each other during COVID and wear a mask and this type of mask or whatever. Not, well, it depends. Then each hospital, food store, whatever that people frequent gets to make more precise rules off these general standards. Okay, this is the very foundation of what you must do, but you can make up more rules. You can give them boundaries, but remember, I always teach us boundaries have to come with consequences that you're ready to meet out. So, in essence, if you roll up on my daughter, you fuck my daughter, I'm the consequence.
Don't do it.
Okay? I'm the consequence. And I told y'all, when I told these people last year, okay, you on fire and you in danger, girl. You need to stop, drop, and roll, get up and run in a zigzag. I also said, this deep reminded me of this. I also said, but in another few months, that running a zigzag ain't work for you because I'm gonna be two-fisted. Me, dark sisters, we gonna be two-fisted. So, now we got twin dark sisters on my person. Too late to zigzag, but I love it when y'all do. It's not going to help you though, because you can't outrun what's coming out of my dark sisters. You're not going to fuck around and find out. You're finding out first, because there ain't going to be no fucking around. And that's what the standards do. It gives you a place to start from to go, hey, so you ain't going to be saying all that shit. You ain't going to be doing none of that with me. I don't care what happened to whoever. Jimmy Craig, I don't care about that. What's up either. And I don't care about this. You bend the knee. 405 years of y'all dragging us to a hell you made for us. That's why I went and took over hell and purgatory, because I'm gentrifying that shit. You don't get to make a hell for us. You don't. And then you ain't welcome in hell. Stay at the KKK heaven or wherever the hell the bow cries take you. Where is that? Valhalla? Stay
Valhalla or Folkvanger.
Yeah, because you ain't coming here. Access denied. Prayer request denied. No negotiation. We ain't taking no prisoners. I don't give a damn. Okay? You're meeting the only Black woman probably in America that don't give a fuck about none of the rest of y'all demographics over here trying to destroy Black women and Black girls and then ask us for help every 5 seconds. Shut up.
It's a combo that's so terrible. You gonna beat me down and then ask me for help? Mm-mm.
Girl, I know you tripping. So I just want to make sure that y'all know you have my full permission to take these standards and make them into what you want to fashion for your individual situations as you build your realm. Because everywhere you go, that's where you are. So I bring my environment with me. And everybody in my environment needs to get with me. That's the way I see it. And I feel that same exact way about us as Black women as a whole and Black girls. Y'all need to get with us. We've been saving your asses for so long. You better get out of here with that nonsense. You better bend the knee and hold the sister sacred. Because if we take our hands off you, if we choose not to do shit with you, you're done. I'm going to just be real with you. And you know you're done. That's why y'all all over here constantly telling us we ain't shit while trying to get all of the shit that we do just given to you. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So please take your time, go through these. If you don't like some of them, toss them, girl. If you don't like any of them, do your own thing. I just want you to hold yourself first, centered, selfful, protected, sacred, and uplifted. And you decide what that means for you. Okay? So, like I said, these are just basics. And here you go. Number 6. Ooh, that's getting tighter into some procedures, girl. And again, you get to decide how you apply these, if you apply any of them, or if you do your own thing, or if you do nothing at all, because you are self-body autonomous and you get to make choices. Okay? And you're not making a choice for another grown-ass person. Why is it we can have some school shooting white boys and they mamas who raised them, but they mamas don't even have to be responsible till just now in 2023. And but let a Black man do something through the age of 69 and Hannah Hone the investment in your mama's fault and blah blah blah. Well, as soon as that Negro peon turned grown, an adult, he was making his own choices. I didn't make those choices for him. So now he don't need to be responsible or accountable for what he chose to do. And the fact that he gonna have consequences for that shit. I see how they fall on their knees when the Poe comes and it can just be 1 or 2 Poe and 10 of them. They get on their knees and put their hands in the air. And you know what? That's what you need to do when I come through too. Because I'm carrying the same shit they are. Oh, you only understand violence and you only respect it? Cool. I know how to speak it fluently. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold Black women and Black girls sacred, protected, and uplifted. And if you don't like that shit, whoever you are, take your ass on. Take your ass on. I'm telling y'all, don't get in my comments around here talking that crazy shit and down and saying all this nonsense to Black women and all. Girl, because I don't give a fuck. If you self-identify your ass as the enemy of Black women and Black girls, you mine. And I'm in the vanguard. I spend my time practicing. And I'm going to make sure that Black women get it way better than I ever did. I want you to do so much better than me. I want you to have what you want. I want you to get your happiness on. I want you to be at peace, girl. I want all of that for you. I really do. So, that I just want to say something too about infrastructure. Just really quick. I've been talking to us about building our own infrastructure for years now. I hope we can hear me better now because we are going to have to build a healthcare system, and we can do it because we already do. We just do it for white folks and Hispanic folks and stuff like that. Okay, we can apply what we've learned in these different spaces, our experiences, right, and our whatever our education is or whatever. We can apply that to our own selves. And so in Detroit, as we've mentioned before, a good example is a birth center that 3 Black women and a white girl founded. And everybody wants to duplicate it now because it's centered on Black women and Black girls, and having doulas and things like that. And Black women, when they go there, they don't lose their lives 4 times more as white women in the care of white women in L&D and OB. Huh? So now other people want to duplicate the beauty and the joy of going through the birthing process if that's what they choose to do as self-body autonomous women. Huh? And then there's another woman, and I don't know if I put this in the thing, I can't remember, but there's another woman in Detroit who built a little safe housing place, and she started out with less than $3,000. She just ended up being able to buy house by house by house. You can do this, Black women. And it's not in us to mistreat all of these other people. But when we trend things, because we are creators, they trend. They trend. So let's trend centering ourselves. And for you to be selfful to yourself by first holding yourself sacred, protected, and uplifted. Okay? And practicing it, because it takes practice, because we've been practicing so long because we've been taught to do for everyone else and not ourselves. Okay. So there's examples of us doing this throughout our history, even here in the United States or wherever, in the diaspora we are as black and indigenous women and girls. They just try to hide that, or like they've done when they dug up everything they could in Africa and try to make it that it was them or some other mess when they only 6,000, 8,000 years old. Still hominids, okay? Still Neanderthal in part. So I want to make sure that you have some tools that you can practice, that you can individualize, that skills that you can use to calm your central nervous system, especially when things like what happened last Friday happen, right? So, okay, that's what I got. Where we
Okay.
headed?
Thank you, Auntie Love. You've actually covered quite a bit of the ground we were going to cover next. So y'all heard Auntie Love talking about her, Afro butterfly. That actually is a whole subject, since someone we need to discuss um, felt a need to drag Miss Kim Porter after her death, not understanding this right here. You can have situations. Okay, who are the police forces made up of? Are men ever going to seriously enforce what they believe is their right to take advantage of as many women and children as possible? See, Diddy's case is going to reveal a lot of stuff about everywhere that he's lived. And this is exactly it. Because evil men, even the ones positioning themselves as pseudo good men, have no real interest in the data that Auntie Love and I were reading. We were talking about one of the reasons it's so hard for African American women to find help from all these different systems, even under normal circumstances, because those departments are staffed by men who think that they have the right to abuse Black women because of the way it started. So Afro Butterfly makes a good point. Diddy's case will highlight it, but evil men are always in position. When your laws are enforced by men who have no intention of following even what they say is a law, except for the part where they can trap you with it, You see this in data as African American women attempt to even escape abuse, which is why if we don't have a strong kinship network, we are the least likely to escape. So then when Black women of prominence who have between 20 and 100,000 people, we just say, for example, are out here telling Black women it's all your fault, basically repeating what the abuser says, there's no kinship network because Afro Butterfly, even not assuming a Diddy, Black women are at the bottom of the informal caste system. So no one's interested in us getting up, not on the police, not in the fire department, not employed most of the times because there's competition between low wage workers. And the less of us around, the less competition we have to deal with. It's like, Pete Diddy keeps trying to get bail, and they're like, "You're gonna hire a security company to secure you?" No, sir, sit where you are. We have you secure, which means that the legal system that he's in the hands of already knows how many people have been bought off, except maybe the prison warden, and we really don't know about that yet. That'll come out later. So Afro Butterfly, you make a great point, and that saves us some time later as well, because that's part of our data set that we studied. It is very, very difficult. So if we don't have good kinship network, most Black women do not have much of a chance because we can't count on any of these others to consistently be of assistance just because evil men cover for evil men across all the things that they control. The thing about the difference between the way we live today and the difference between that and Gilead and the Handmaid's Tale is just not that big, because literally you see, for someone like Diddy, you see that kind of nowhere to run, nowhere to hide already in place around one man. So imagine if more and more openly become having this attitude. It doesn't take a whole lot of people in a whole lot of places. We also call that Project 2025. We did that show. But we may have to, we're going to be going through little parts of it again today as well. Okay, so you heard what Auntie Love said about don't mess with her daughter. We realize that we're discussing a personality today who has not as many followers as she used to have, but she has the Eagles. Look, you heard what Auntie Love had to say about how we're not going to be messing with Black women over here. So let an eagle know on their way in. Don't. We welcome anyone to come and listen. Today, this ain't what you want to do. As I said on my video, but I don't play about it. And see, if you get froggy enough, there are things that can be done from here to the FBI. I can find out where your local police are. Themis is a lawyer. I'm a professional investigator. Just don't. Not today. Actually, not any day, but we're not trying to do this. And the reason that we're not trying to do this is a protected space for Black and Indigenous women and girls. If you're not one of those and you come to our like Auntie Love says all the time, this is not a safe space for you. She says it all the time. So we about to get into some harder things. Now, why do we have the right to do this? When Black women are being told you ain't nothing. No. We command the best. We are the mothers of humanity. This is not in dispute any longer. We are therefore the mothers of civilization. This is not in dispute any longer. Pick any other kind of woman you want. No. She doesn't get to say, as Auntie Love teaches about, the bloodline. She don't say that. I'm sorry. This isn't about your religious belief system. This is just facts. This is just facts. So that's number one. Not only that, wherever we have gone, we have commanded greatness wherever we have gone in the world. You know the United States would have been gone by 1808 if our foremothers had not been brought here. The United States wrote itself a check it could not cash. All these arguments between these founding raping fathers put themselves in a no-win situation because men cannot reproduce on their own. So if we had not come here and birthed another 60 years of free labor, the United States never would have had the foundation to become the most powerful and privileged and prosperous nation on earth. People want to talk about making America great again. What does the Auntie-Lethal always say? You better bend the knee and tithe, because you didn't get there the first time without Black women getting you there. We literally birthed the greatness of this nation. Literally. You think the United States, look, you think the people running the United States today, the way they are today, would have been able to get through that 60 years? Their foreparents would have been able to get through that 60 years if we hadn't been figuring out how to make things work. You notice that the rise of the United States to prosperity did not begin in the 1700s, even though the United States had slaves in 1619. Do y'all know the average age of slaves into adulthood before that was 7 years into adulthood because there was no one around to do the healing and the binding up and all these things? Do y'all know that you would not have watermelon if some Black woman had not tied the seed into her hair? We did that. So if you're gonna make America great again, then you're gonna need to respect some Black women because you didn't get great the first time without us. So we command the best. Why? Because our foremothers made everything moving that is worth having moving exist here. Without our foremothers' free labor and the children that they gave birth to, we're gone by 1810 as a nation. So how long is that ago? Okay, 214 years. We could have been gone. The British and the French would have re-chopped us up. So that's, in the United States context, this is not a debate. This isn't the question about whether you were in a relationship with goddesses or a Christian. This is just facts. You don't have to agree on everything to just understand. Read your history. Really study. These are facts. So, no. And get this here. We did this under conditions that would have destroyed any other woman on earth. The reason that African people were brought here is that literally nobody else could survive the work. That's among the men. Now you're going to be shorter and lighter in stature, have kids, and be able to do this. And that's not counting psychological and emotional abuse that also was going on. We still managed to bring the greatness of this nation economically into existence. No one else could have done that. No one else has done it. Period. Go look. This is not to say that our indigenous sisters are not strong. The fact that there's indigenous people left. So if you want to consider it for the Americas a tie, the fact that there's even indigenous, this is why we talk about, we also center indigenous women. We haven't done shows like that because we don't ever want to come and talk about something we're not prepared to talk about. We know about our experiences as Black women, but we would have an indigenous woman as a guest to talk about that. But we respect the fact that if you're going to go through having your land taken and you trying to destroy your tradition. So let me just say, there's not like there's not other strong women in the world. But read your history book, baby. What we did, no one has done. Which is why we are done. DONE done. We so done that if you don't understand it, Auntie Love has a roasting spit. It's human sized. Don't come over here with foolishness. I'm just saying. Allegedly. But I'm telling you, I'm always going to give you a warning. The consequences. We are commanding the best and we are refusing anyone and everyone. Because see, in the next part of our agenda, we got to talk about if you watch the news, and it's getting harder to watch the news. Project 2025, even if I want to say when a certain older gentleman is sat down like that other one got sat down, depending on what state you live in, the revenge will be extracted by enacting variations of Project 2025 in different states. And actually, if you pay attention, that's already going on. And in Project 2025, somehow they have sat up there. And when they talk about single mothers, they have the audacity. And we had to go to a new word, the audacity-ness, to take Black women who are 7% of the country's population, and therefore only about 1.4, 1.5 of the population of single mothers, and blame us for why 40% of American children are born out of wedlock. Meaning that instead of JD Vance going and sitting down with Beverly about how she failed him, he wants to enact that on your body and make everybody blame you for all these little kids on crystal meth and opioids that do not look a thing like us. Heck, when we were taking care of their kids, they did well. But how do y'all ever wonder how Thomas Jefferson and George Washington got over 6 feet tall at that time with the nutrition that they had? You know that they were attached to black. We took care of them back then. But now it's our fault because they don't know how to raise their own kids and they got all these homicidal maniacs running around shooting up schools. But Project 2025 has you keyed in as the problem woman. We also have this whole situation with Israel and Gaza. And you have, not only do we have white women in our workplaces, white women in our social groups, white women in the hospital system. Now you have, and Auntie Love, I want you to get into this because you told me about it. You have Arab women talking about they're going to punish Kamala Harris because of what the situation their men got them into, as if it's our fault. And see, the thing is, the people who can't reach Kamala Harris can get to you. At least that's what they think. That's why you got to have standards, boundaries. But you brought this to my attention because I haven't seen it all this stuff. Could you just, who are these people who think they're going to do what? She's a whole sitting vice president. They're going to do what now?
Well, can I just say one little thing? Mother
Sure.
Matthews, it is 7.
Thank you. I do need to do my
You're supposed to
check-in.
be checking.
I forgot. So y'all, so let me just be transparent. Mother Matthews and I are on a journey where she is overcoming things that black women are not supposed to be able to overcome. I'm not going to divulge her age, but she's my mama. So you do the math. I'm 43. I'll divulge mine. She's overcoming health problems that they say to black women at that age can't solve. She made it off the obesity list. She sure did. Dropped 40 pounds and kept it moving. And got some other things, but it's just a timing issue. We still have some other things we're overcoming, and it takes 30 days. And Auntie Love has taught us this too, to do a habit. So I have to make sure that I'm support. Thank you, Auntie Love, because I thought I had said 7:30, but I run my mouth like Thank you. I'm gonna do my check-in with Mother Matthews and Auntie Love. If you could let us know what did these Palestinian women who like, if we voted against them being here in this country, what they about to do? Because I couldn't believe it when I heard it, y'all. So I'll be right back. Let Auntie Love educate you. We out here going hard for a group of people that are doing what now?
Mm-hmm. They're actually the American westernized. What I've seen the most has been American westernized. Or like they're in Europe or something. Younger Palestinian Arab women. And I don't know if y'all are on TikTok, but I see a lot of it over there. And sometimes I love it when like Cindy Villa, Belinda, Ivy, Sanaya come through because they put these stitches together for us. I love that about these women. So shout out to them. Anyway, what I see them doing is saying that, well, Black women, if y'all are voting for Kamala Harris, then take our flag off your thing or whatever. I don't know. Okay. And that we as Black women are voting for genocide if we're voting for Kamala Harris. And they homies got together and they do a whole thing where they're just like, well, we're going to punish Kamala Harris. Well, why didn't you punish Biden? Why didn't you punish Trump? How come you ain't at his 2 people rally? He need people. Why ain't you over there protesting his ass? Why aren't you dealing with the 3 justices? What's them 3? Thomas, the the other two white boys, Roberts and I forget his Alito. Why aren't y'all dealing with they white wives who quiet as it's kept, have been on the boards and helped to create and put together the Heritage Foundation, which wrote that bullshit Project 2025, which actually says what they are going to not do for you as Palestinians. Okay. I tell them, look, we don't have to do shit for you. And I've seen so many Black women do what we normally do, which is be compassionate and kind and giving and support, right? And I was one of the people yelling, I don't give a damn about Israel and none of y'all, okay? Y'all gonna stop bombing babies because that's where you got me all fucked up, okay? And their mamas. This is some bullshit, okay? But it was Black women who stood in that cut when nobody else could ever even say Israel out loud or Jewish people out loud, Ashkenazi Jews. I mean, they're not actually Hebrew. That Netanyahu and his team of prime ministers or whatever the hell they call themselves today, all of them are they mamas and daddies and shit like converts from Europe. Netanyahu is Polish. Okay. He's a Jewish convert. So he brought that same Inquisition nonsense back through the Middle East. Okay. But unlike what Black women before us did for us, which is while we were going through the most horrific chattel slavery, and they put together it was Black women who actually designed, just like y'all see right now, what you see Black women doing is exactly what we were doing during our enslavement, resisting, telling them no, and coming up with plans to free ourselves and these worthless Negropeans along with us. Okay. So we did that under the most terrifying and harshest shit. We developed the Underground Railroad. Go back and read for yourself who was primary in that, who were the primary activists, just like you see us being today. Same thing with civil rights. That is considered evolutionary for these freaks. The civil rights movement. It was designed, it was headed, it was built by Black women. And you see them in all the pictures with little Black girls on the front lines. So how are you, Palestinian, Americanized or westernized, going to come here and say shit to Black women? We wrote the book on this shit. So my suggestion to them was, you need to go get the books and you need to read it, because we did the trend of evolution and of humanity as usual. But because we're not doing what you go again with your standards and bullshit that rules you expect us to follow. Get your ass out of these United States protesting, thinking you know how to protest or whatever, because it's not all Black women did. Black women did serious resistance. That was the Underground Railroad. We were being lynched as much, if not more, than Black men. But we don't get to read about that because we got to focus in on Black men and they bullshit ass. Doing the same exact thing today that they did yesterday, the day before, 100 years ago, 150, and 1,000 years ago, selling us out. Okay? Being disloyal, assaulting and battering us, and unaliving us. Same shit. Same shit. So now we don't have another group of women telling us that we can't vote and we can't send ourselves and we commit genocide if we vote. Hooker, if you don't go sit your stupid ass down right now, go read a book. Go comprehend some, annotate. I don't know. But what I think you need to do is get a real understanding of how we developed, built, and ran the Underground Railroad system. Get your boots on and get your ass over there to your people over there in Gaza and get them out, because that's what black girls did for us. That's what our four mothers and grandmothers and aunties and black women cousins, that's what they did for us. So while you sitting over here telling black women some shit, you need to be going underwater, getting you some snorkels or something, because y'all got that Mediterranean. You need to find a way to get your people out of there. And oh, another thing, we know Europeans ain't shit. We know they don't like us and they hate us and they all of that shit. Okay, got it. But you don't know that about Palestinian men? Because a long time ago, why ain't you talking to your grandmamas and your great grandmamas and shit like that? Because some time ago, they accepted patriarchal rule, standards, and hierarchy. You know, over there in Palestine, they have a, that's what they call Abid, the slaves. Huh? They have their own quote unquote ghetto section where they, as Palestinians in Gaza, oppress black people, black Palestinians. And what they call it is Abid, slave. So now the American did what nobody else could do with Israel. You don't get to do all that with us. You don't get to do all of that with women and children over in Gaza. Fuck you. We're the ones who said that. That's why other people got on board with that, because nobody wanted to even say that. Israel. Or the freaks over there in their government, because they are satellite division of the U.S. White supremacists over here. So girls, do what our foremothers did. Do what those girls in the BLM that now we want to have a problem with. Y'all don't have a problem with white folks when they go and take money where they supposedly volunteer or whatever they have, get donations and do it and take that money and spend it on themselves. You ain't had no problem with them. Where's all that big talk then? Where is it now? How come none of y'all got a problem with Jenny Thomas? How come y'all ain't taking up issue with that bitch? But you think you're gonna come down? Oh, you're not punching down when you come at black women. Let me make that clear too. You trying to punch up, and that's why you keep missing, bitch. That's why you keep missing. I suggest y'all put on your boots and get you some swim fins or whatever the fuck it takes, and you go over there and you get your people out. We already wrote the script for you. All you got to do is do it. And you couldn't be able to say any of that shit sitting here in the U.S. if it wasn't for the black women and the black girls that integrate, that forced in, commanded that civil rights be done. If it wasn't for Semptima and the women around her, black women who wrote the civil rights. Do y'all know that the NAACP, though it's turned into something completely different because we let black men, quote unquote, lead, which they are incapable of doing. Okay? They're not built for it, people. So it was Black women who founded these different NAACPs. You never hear about the Black women. Oh, you hear about W.E.B. Du Bois, you hear about everybody else under the sun, but you don't hear about the Black women. But just like you see us in the churches, and you see us out here doing the whole most and taking care of people and all the things that we do, that's exactly what we've been doing. But instead of holding us sacred, holding us uplifted, you want to come and attack us after we stood up for your ass? You gonna tell us who we gonna vote for or what else? But you got all of this energy over here, but you ain't taking your ass over to Gaza and getting your people out and getting those babies out. How come all of y'all ain't swimming with babies on your back? Because that's what Black women did to get us out of enslavement. Inquiring minds would like to know. Because you got a whole lot of privilege already. You even got citizenship. Your mama, your grandmama got citizenship because of the work of Black women and Black girls and the death and destruction of Black women and Black girls. And you want to sit here and tell me what, bitch, if you don't sit your ass down out of my eyesight? Yes, I said bitch, because you're behaving like one. You do not get to dictate anything to Black women and Black girls. We have had 405 years just in this United States of all of you freaks. And it's up. It's up. I'm not going to have one more day of Black women coming up kidnapped. Our children coming up kidnapped. Our daughters being essayed. I'm not going to have one more day of Black women being murked every fucking 4 hours. And oh, this government knows about it because they track it. Because they got it from the Black woman who was tracking it first, Rosa, another RN. She's the one who came up with Black Femicide US and her and other Black women around her. So we got to keep doing this same shit while y'all step on our necks and our necks. Oh, you a lie? You a lie? Absolutely not. No, we're not dog calling Black women, Black girls, not another fucking day. So you could take us out of that Project 2025 because we ain't getting with none of that shit. None of it. And this brings us back again to what we're saying about this power and control will, this use of this to batter us. So when you guys go look in the description for this live, please remember again that these topics that we're discussing, and that so many of you have been hurt and picked apart and terrorized. And I don't want another day. You don't, it's not only that you don't deserve it, you are endless possibilities. You don't have a box. You don't fit into these people's boxes. You are phenomenal. You are amazing. You are grace itself. But you also get to decide that you ain't giving people access to you. You get to decide that. Like over there on Demon's little show over there where the girl was telling if you just left the such and so and the blah blah blah. How about we leave you? How about we start by leaving your ass? How about we leave you, the baguettes or the sinettes or the sin alkalites, whatever you call them, group. How about we leave y'all alone? How about you go over there to wherever the hell you at and you get with the other black women who are anti-black women and black girls and stop battering the rest of us, the other 70 to 85%. How about access denied? How about we're not buying into whatever you're talking about and you don't get to talk? How about that? How about we start by not accepting your views? How about that? I say we start there.
And that
We work
actually is the
on
next.
ourselves.
That actually is the next step on our agenda. Actually, see, yes, Rochelle, this is a very insightful comment. Candace Owens comes to mind.
Yep.
Of course, okay, this is a different show, but just
she's
a
talking
little
about
bit
the
of.
Palestinian women too. Yeah.
Oh, but that's true too.
I mean, they're not in Palestine. They're here in the U.S. or in Europe.
Yeah, because I know that that's a very complex issue, and I get it. But it's just like if we worked hard to give you the right to be here at all, because Republicans hate Muslims. I mean, not every single Republican individual. There may even be Republican Muslims. But I'm saying, as a party, we have made whole groups of people part of the axis of evil. And really, if you do your European history, let's just say that ever since the Crusades failed, and ever since Black women who the Moors owned large tracts of Europe, uh, Eurocentric, conservative Eurocentric bodies really hate Arabs. Like carpet bombed every day from 1936 till Hitler gave them something else to do type of hatred. So the people that go hard for Muslims to have rights, and even Arabs, there are many Arab Christians also, but if you're Arab, people are not checking. It's like, I really need Themis to understand that no one's checking to see whether his accent is Caribbean and whether it's Haitian or not. So we kind of need to get serious about some of the things that are happening. It's the same thing. It's just like Sikhs after September 11th, 2001 were being attacked because all people saw was a turban. So I'm going to need the westernized Arab women to understand, don't bite off the hand that's fed you too. Because the people that go hardest for everybody to have rights is Black women. Don't forget, if we decide we don't want anybody else here, well, that border can get closed. Those laws about immigration can change. Basically, if the Republicans could just control their hate for just a little while, Black women could get together with white people and shut down all this unnecessary competition that keeps coming in here without respect. That could happen, except that everybody's cool with combining against Black women. But I'm just saying, don't come here 2 generations down and think you have anything to say to people 13 generations down who made it possible for you to get here. You punishing what, sweetheart? No, 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 no. What's gonna get punished is your visa. Don't make us right because you're gonna punish Kamala. What if she becomes president? Have you thought about that yet? You better make sure your paperwork is in order. And by the way, if she doesn't get in, your right to be here, if they're gonna attack my birthright citizenship, what you think about to happen to you?
Right. That's right.
But see, in addition to the things we have to deal with coming from outside, In addition to having to catch the brunt, I mean, the only thing they weren't able to blame black women for September 11th and January 6th. But then we got to deal with October 4th. Let me just break this down to you just to start. And then, Auntie Love, I want you to break down this data for us from I Had to Fight My Way Out was one of the studies that we both looked at this week. The problem. But let's back up. See, when white people try to solve your problem, but you invite the problem to come back. Cynthia G has been making some unwise statements about black people to the extent that the entire race could be wiped out if she would take it seriously for some time. So white men tried to help us solve this problem and deplatformed her. But she found two men. Yeah, I'm leaning back in my chair on this one. I may have to give myself a check-in break. She found two men without self-respect to glom onto 27 months ago. About thereabouts. And this is why I say that. When you platform someone who, if they could have gotten to your mother, would have had you cut up and sucked out of the womb. Dilatation and curettage. But since she couldn't get to your mama, would have your woman destroy your son? And you think it's a good idea to platform someone like this? You just told everybody with self-respect that you ain't got none. And see, when you do not have boundaries and you do not have standards, then you think about, well, she has so many followers. I have so many followers. She needs me. I need her. I can do that increase and also give her followers somewhere to go. This conversation happened 27, 28 months ago. Just like Petty came afterwards on the 5th and let us know that that whole conversation was pre-planned. Meaning that one of two things happened there. Either they didn't plan it enough and Themis was genuinely surprised, but he shouldn't be. Because as an attorney, here's what you do. You and your co-counsel know what you're going to do before you go out there. You don't have an argument in the court of public opinion, just like you wouldn't have an argument in the courtroom. Or, as Petty suggested, this was supposed to be a debate, but you're going to sit up here with 23,000 followers, most of them are black women with all their various experiences coming to you. 23,000 people is a good-sized village in Africa, where our foremothers are from, actually a very big one. And so you're just going to have yourself a little fun debate with no idea how triggering and damaging that might be. And of course, there's the third possibility. Since we have to assume that these are intelligent people, one of them is a lawyer and the other one has a psychology degree, they just didn't care. Now, not presuming to know what is in the hearts and mind of anyone, I'm a professional investigator. I'm just looking at the evidence. The evidence says, because there's 27, 28 months of it, the evidence going back 33 months, because I can vouch for this back to December of 2021. It ain't like you haven't been told once, Themis, that you keep on bringing these people to talk down to black women, because on the second to last day that I was there, your chat was begging. So you don't have a track record of caring. You want to hear from these people who want to talk foolery to black women. So if you look at all the preponderance of the evidence, we have to just reach the conclusion that no matter what they say, Themis took the side of the argument that he should have to position himself as the pseudo good black man. But then brought a man up there to further traumatize the audience. So nope. But we're not going to waste any time on that man, because like I said, that's a 33-month problem. We're going to sit up and talk about Cynthia considers herself having a psychology degree, but she hasn't even done enough work to know what Auntie Love's going to present us now. In order for women to escape abuse, the first step toward escape is something called help seeking. People are in danger of their lives, often with their children. If there is nowhere that they can go for help in their kinship network, where are they going? For African American women, this is even harder because we know the system is not going to be fair to us. So if someone with between 23 and 100,000 followers is out here teaching Black women to blame other Black women for their abuse, where are Black women going for help to do what we know is the first step that women follow when they, it's not like this is, if you're a professional person, you should have done some research and found this out. This is not new data. This is available. Auntie Love, please break it down for the people, because I'm just kind of like, I have, we talking about life and death issues being handled very casually. And if you could find a study, so could someone else. But if you don't know to look, a lot of us don't know to look. So if you could break it down for us, then we have it. And then we know how to help our sisters better. I've summarized it, but please break down this data that we've been studying all week. And then I'll come back to, this is why Cynthia G is a problem. Because she ain't gonna about to tell you nothing that you about to get told right now. But she gonna talk big like she has authority and knowledge.
So, yeah, you're at 1000% agree, Auntie B. I really do. Remember that this is triggering for a lot of us. So I'm very adamant about us checking in, going back through the check-in we did at the top of the show, right? And taking some deep breaths, getting yourself hydrated, because these topics will cause our central nervous system to flare. Okay? And your body your brain just reads that and wants it to stop. So what happens is, I don't know what people know or don't know, meaning Sinji and her crew or whatever, but your brain, in your brain is your limbic system. That's your emotional feelings center. It does a lot of things, okay? But one of the things is there is a direct pathway from that center, and it is actually in the center of your brain on both sides, okay? Your amygdala and all that. So bear with me, peeps. So that center has a direct pathway to your thinking brain and your occiput, which is your breathing, heart rate, blood pressure, vision, all of that. So your emotional center has direct pathways to both of those. Okay? Your thinking brain, your frontal lobe, doesn't have a direct pathway back to your emotional brain. It has to go around in a circle, do this whole thing. Here's the thoughts, the feelings are here, yes, but where the brain would be interpreting that, other than pain, suffering, stop, that it doesn't. So when we find out that anxiety is about the future, dwelling on the future, and because Black women are so brilliant, you are creative, you are primarily 70 to 85% of us are empaths, which means we actually feel the feelings of other beings. Some of us feel more plant, some of us feel more for other humans. What we know about Indigenous women, whether those Indigenous women are here in the US, in South America, or in Africa, or in Asia, wherever Indigenous women are, they tend to have a better empath um, ability with the planet in a sense. Okay. It doesn't mean we don't, but we more have that with other uh mammals, people, stuff like that. Okay. Stuff like that. People. Okay. So that's why when we're having discussions that like we're having today or that happened last Friday with that group, um, we're our brains are just going pain, pain. I've experienced this before. We're not doing this again. I feel like I'm going right back into the different experiences that we have had as Black girls and young Black women and Black women just in general. Okay. So I want us to be very careful with this. I want to make sure you guys remember again that in the description, and we showed you at the top of the hour too, you can go back and look, but there are links for you about with the NDV, right? The National DV Hotline in the US. And I believe there's comparable in different globally. Okay. And that there's even the text if you can't talk on the phone or whatever, you can text them. So we put all of that. We made all of the numbers and stuff available to you. Okay. And I gave us a couple of things. And here's what I want us to I'm gonna use myself as an example. This isn't the same for everyone, okay? Therapy, one of 2/3 of the reason I in particular am in therapy at this juncture, I've been in therapy for like 25 years now. But one of the reasons I'm in therapy at this juncture is that I need to evolve in ensuring that I'm mastering my own behaviors. Okay. Now the other 1/3 is about stuff that bothers me, the tools that we use, like I gave some of them to you. There were other tools I've learned over the years in both study and theory and in actual practicum. And because I know who I am, I can articulate who I've decided and believe that I am, not based on what other people think about me, you know, because I'm a different experience to different people, depending on who you are and how you behave, of course, right? But I didn't want to, the part of me that is a monster, the part of me that is an apex predator, I wanted to make sure that that part of me is doing what my grandmother actually put in motion, and that is using it to defend, to protect the most vulnerable in our community, because the society is only as good as its most vulnerable population. Okay, so that's I don't live by the rules of the patriarchy. Oh, I know what they are, and I definitely use them against other people. you know, Usually the people trying to do some shit to Black women. Okay, I use their shit against them. Yeah, I know how to speak the language, and I understand it very well. But my default language is not patriarchal; is matriarchal. Like most of us, as when just think about it, those of us who become single moms, we go back into our matriarchal default, right? We put the kids first, we put the elderly first in our family. We make sure everybody eat, everybody got health insurance, everybody got clothes. There is no hierarchy in the sense that yes, we're the leaders, but we are what I call servant transformational leaders in a matriarchy. Okay, We're not in a failed patriarchy. That's how we existed and subsisted all along for over, as they record it. There's this, the science records it, us being 2 to 3 million years old, and the first, as Auntie D was telling us before. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. I also put in studies, because let me explain something that I think I didn't hear that Cynthia explained this, and maybe she doesn't see it this way. I have no idea. But if she's got, she got a psychology degree, that's great, wonderful. And the way that research really happens, okay, so let's say that a lot of people start off with Google these days. That's what they know. Okay, got it. So you start off with Google. Google is a very broad spectrum thing. I mean, you can ask the most basic thing and you're going to get a basic answer, maybe a couple of things to where you could go next. Mentioned that she used Pew studies, and in those Pew studies, she hammered home a few things, and I'm going to read some of her comments actually. Okay, so I do want us to be very much warned, trigger warned. Okay, and to go back to our deep breathing, please hydrate. Get yourself a snack, get you something to eat. You saw me eating my little banana over here. That's a part of what I'm doing, and Auntie D's over here hydrating. So same thing for us. Okay. Pew is a decent place to start research, okay? Because Pew takes from all of these other organizations, the .orgs, meaning that it is generally government related. There are some edu that it goes to too, educational, right? Educational that it will point you towards. So let's say it pulls numbers from, let's say, the Census Bureau. It pulls numbers from the Labor Bureau. It pulls numbers from the DOJ. It pulls numbers from these different entities, government, right? And quote unquote higher education. Okay. You don't stop at Pew though. You go back to where they're telling you they pulled that particular information from. So if we're saying, let's say, here's a labor statistic that nobody ever talks about, because we like to tell Black women that, oh, we married to the government, some other bullshit. Well, how come the government we didn't work out a good prenup? Because they got all my money in the divorce. So I'm just saying, I'm paying for them. I pay taxes. I don't know what you're talking about. Married to the government, but whatever. Okay. Apparently, in the final divorce, I had to pay for them and other Black women too. So when we look at the number of Black women who are single Black mothers, it's where we have this behind thing going on with Black men. They don't want to say, oh, the reason that they're single Black mothers is because these motherfuckers put on their Yeezys or Converse or whatever the hell they wore and walk their own asses out. Because why? They're adults making adult choices and they're grown and they don't give a fuck about women and children. Simple as that. I don't know what to tell y'all. Because Black women choose to pay. They choose to raise these children. They choose to work their asses off. And then we gotta put up with the rest of y'all bullshit? I don't think so. So in the statistics, of labor, what they don't tell you that of the women who are single mothers in these United States, Black to the point of being 76% are 76% working as single mothers. You understand? 76, we have the highest number of working. We ain't married to nobody's government. They picking our pockets because we're what? Working as single mothers. And single Black mothers are putting their own selves back through school. So we paying all of this money because we're not getting those sports uptake of nothing, you know, to pay for our college. We actually have to fucking pay for it. So not only are we getting gutted that way, but we get gutted this way because we're trying to make sure that our children have generational wealth as single Black mothers. So we are the highest representation of working single mothers. Now, why is that when white women in reality have twice as many, because there's more of them in this United States, they have twice as many single mothers? But that's never pointed out and it's never spoken on. And they're the next group of people who work outside of the home, single mothers at 71%. The reason is because they have actually double the numbers of being single Black mothers, because there's somewhere around 2.8 million of us are single Black mothers, but there are around 6 million of white women are single white mothers. So why is their number of working as single mothers lower than ours? But the number of them is actually twice ours. So you have to understand what those numbers mean. And unless you cross-reference, for one thing, you can't really understand it. Just because you got a degree in psychology and you know how to do something with computers or the different board doesn't mean you know how to interpret what they're saying. Okay, that's a different set of skills. So I'm just telling you. Now, if you go beyond Q and you go into these separate places, just like I told you, right? Where Q is gathering their information, you can also see peer study. Now, in our description, you're going to see some peer studies because I want you to know where I got the numbers from. I know I bored y'all to tears. You don't want to hear this. It's just why you be all in the weeds, love, because I want you to know what I know. I'm not trying to fake the fun. I don't know something, I don't know it. There's a lot of shit I don't know. But this I do. Okay? So, one of my favorite places, and I think it's because of me being a nurse too, but one of my favorite places is National Library of Medicine. And they do, that's where the peer review, you'll see in the description, some of them, those are studies that people do and they send them in to the National Library of Medicine. And they put a citation on them, in other words, a number with them. And you can use that information to do work. So what I do is I will take that and I will upload it, because I don't know. I like books, but you could use iBooks is what I use, but you could use Adobe, and you upload the PDF. And I take my time and I read through the studies. I want to know what's the abstract, right? What we got after? Who did you get to participate in your research? How did you do it? Was it a blind study? Was it a longitudinal study? What you do? Okay. And then what questions are you trying to get answered by doing this study? And it tells you all of that. And it just reads it out for you. Okay. And then I know I have a problem. So don't anybody say, "Love, you got a problem." Love, you got a problem. Okay. So I don't know, it's my thing, but when I get to the end of, the abstract, the peer review, what they were after, what they found out, what came through, all of those things, what their conclusions were, all these things, the result, blah, 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 the numbers they use, all this weird stuff that I be into and nobody else. Okay, I go down to the bottom, and now I want to look at where you got your research from. Okay, because at the bottom of that is every single place, every book they read, okay? So there I go, down that way, down this way, okay? But if you're going to do real, conversation like this, that's very triggering, and you're saying that you have an expertise in it, then have that expertise in it. Don't fuck around with people, especially Black women, Black girls. Okay. And then this thing we need to have that damn, we go through so much. And I heard a couple of things. So let's go there. I'm gonna read a couple of things to you from the notes of few things. Like I said, most of it is in the description. But you can go to LM anytime you want. National Library of Medicine, and go stretch your heart out for peer studies. Read till you just pass out like I do. Okay. And wake up and go, "Oh, that's insane, really?" That's what's going on. Okay. Okay, so victim blaming. Okay. And it says what it is and why does it happen? Because after I read a couple of things, I want us to go back to actually some comments from
Cynthia G.
Cynthia G and her peeps. Okay. So here we go. This is from the DV national.org website. Okay. What I'm reading right now. October is DV Awareness Month. It's a time to shine a light on abuse. Again, trigger warning, everyone. I want you to stop if this is causing you any type of anxiety or sadness or pain. Okay, I want you to stop and go be selfful. I want you to drink. I want you to eat. I want you to do your breathing. Okay. So, there is a lot of myths and misconceptions about DV that can compound the problem and make it more injurious and demoralizing for victims and survivors. Abuse can be a Very challenging subject to discuss in theory, let alone with someone who's had experience, right? Um, and that's what they're striving to clear up for people to understand that what this really is, how it works, and how much suffering it's causing the victims, DD. Okay. Um, they say we strive to impart all, and it's the importance of listening and believing without judgment. See, judgment means calling names. That's as simple as I can put it. Discernment is calling behaviors. You see what I'm saying? So, unfortunately, too many people continue to blame and shame victims. That's what happened over there on Thyink. I didn't write this. I just want y'all to let's all be clear. I did not write this. This came from the DV.org website. This didn't come from, this isn't just me talking. Okay. All right. So unfortunately, too many people continue to blame and shame victims. The more individuals are aware of the impact of their words and actions, hopefully the more supportive we all can be on a personal and societal level. Imagine that. Being supportive of Black women and not blaming and shaming them. How about that? I like that. So, APsite.net, it was saying, it sent me to the APA.org, which, government, right? Organization. And the name of this particular article is I Like It Because It Hurts You, on the association of everyday sadism, sadistic pleasure, and victim blaming. I like it because it hurts you? Wow. I think that's what happened over there. I'm not sure. So, past research on determinants of victim blaming mainly concentrated on individuals' just world beliefs as motivational process underlining this harsh reaction to others' suffering. The present work provides novel ideas regarding underlying affective processes by showing how individuals prone to derive pleasure from others' suffering. Individuals high in everyday sadism engage in victim blaming due to increased sadistic pleasure and reduced empathetic concern they experience. Results of 3 cross-sectional studies and 1 ambulatory assessment study applying online experience sampling methods document this association. Importantly, the relation emerged over and above honesty, humility, emotionality, extroversion, agreeableness, consciousness, and openness personality model, and other so-called dark traits across from different cultural backgrounds, and also when sampling from a population of individuals frequently confronted with victim perpetrator constellations like police officers. And 3 highlight a significant behavioral correlation of victim blaming. So I could sit here and read you this whole thing, but you can go read it for yourself. Okay. In other words, if that wasn't that young lady's intent or Demas's intent, how can I tell? Because I can't tell by the behaviors that it wasn't your intent. I don't know what your intent really is. The behavior, no, the pain that was caused and not corrected, meaning you didn't assume responsibility and accountability for the fact that you caused this pain and these triggers in women who already, many of them maybe, experienced the horrors and the terror of DV. I'm just basing it on behaviors and lack thereof.
27 months of behaviors since I left. Not 27 minutes, not 27 weeks, 2 years, 3 months, 2 weeks, to the day I counted. And they're gonna keep on bringing on these men.
So, are y'all ready for me?
27 months since I left.
See, one of the things that we have a team too. And one of the things that we do is we clock. I told y'all at the top of this, we clock the ops. We clock the ops because you have to know what your enemy is doing in order to prevent them harming you, right? Or whoever you're protecting. So we don't always say this or that because we have many battlefields that we're on. But we gather intel because if you're creating your own infrastructure, and I want to just really quickly bring Stephanie Perry and the Exodus Summit and all of those brilliant women who work together. Okay, just really quick. I want y'all to hear what I'm saying. I see the Exodus Summit and all of those Black women who do what they do as their own infrastructure. They created infrastructure. And it really goes into the foreign affairs infrastructure, because what Stephanie Perry and that whole group of extraordinary Black women did, and the numbers are growing, okay, is they worked to gain relationships in different embassies with different countries, so that Black women could, if they chose to, leave the toxic environments here in the United States or Europe or wherever, and the oppression and the danger, and just walking around being a Black woman, because people believe they get to assault and batter you whether they know you or not. Okay, she and that team, all of those extraordinary Black women, and they are in the description as well. What they've effectively done is create a foreign affairs part of the infrastructure for Black women and Black girls. Y'all see what I'm saying? And they also have tied into that a fiscal, in which Auntie D is a part of it, because she wrote seizing the
crypto bull run for financial freedom.
is a bestseller,
Yeah.
and I'm going to need you all to pick it up. Okay? So you have effectively women who are working to ensure that you have the ability to have the tools and skills to get your passport, uh, connect in a network in which they do different things, but house sitting is specifically what Stephanie does abroad, and they help different Black women get, you know, jobs that are specific to what they want to do, but it's very much about their peace and happiness and joy, and not being assaulted and battered and having people tell you that you deserved it because you stayed, or some craziness. Okay. So you see, we've talked about like the birth center in Detroit as a part of us as Black women centering ourselves and building our own infrastructure. The reason we don't feel like we can do that generally is because we're so busy doing it for other people who don't hold us sacred, protected, and uplifted. But when you do it for Black women, then other women actually get to benefit from it, because generally Black women aren't turning other people away. You know what I'm saying? So that is highly effective what she's doing. So any of you with ideas, you have no box. You are brilliant. Take your ideas and take it a step at a time, and you can make it happen. When I tell you, if what they call me, they always calling me batshit crazy. I prefer to think of myself as super sane. However, however, um, you have no box, and if I can do it, girl, without my little mental illnesses and all this bullshit that I got going on in my head, y'all are far better than me. Y'all are you are far more brilliant. You are far more creative than I am. I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee it. Every time I'm talking to y'all and I'm sitting here, I'm in awe. I can guarantee it. Okay. So so we're getting into this part where I'm just gonna read to you some of the comments. Okay. It's triggering. I don't want this to I don't want you to be triggered. If you feel like you're being triggered, shut this down and go be selfless. Go be compassionate and kind to you. Okay? Please. And thank you. Okay. So Cynthia said about 2 days ago, I don't even know when I put this. This could be a week ago or something. She says, please explain the victim blaming, because there were ones of y'all telling her to stop. This is victim blaming. Stop. Okay. So she says, please explain the victim blaming. What it really sounds like is that Black women don't want to be honest about the fact that most of the time they're simply choosing to stay with a man who's abusive. They're not being held against their will. They're choosing to stay for various different reasons. If you have a problem with someone saying DV victims leave because man is allowing a man to continue abuse, which it is, then you clearly believe that you should stay with an abusive man. Y'all want me to lie to you like Christians do and tell you to stay and pray for him, and I'm not going to do that. The only way to end DV abuse is for the victim, she capitalizes victim, to leave the situation or stay and die. So I'm assuming this is another young Black woman, and she comments directly. Well, wait a minute. Let me go to the side. Then Cynthia is talking to, I think, a young lady that, I don't know. So Cynthia addresses this particular woman. She says 25% of married Black women are breadwinners, and only 26% of Black people get married. So what does that tell you? Also, according to Pew Research, the percentage of Black women breadwinners is much higher than 25%. So one young lady gets into the conversation, and she starts speaking directly, addressing Cynthia, and she says to her, Cynthia, your research was Google and you didn't list any study. You have a tendency to project and think you're above everyone, so you need to engage with citations over that throbbing ego. Ooh. And then she goes on to say she explains something that happened to her, this young lady. And she says, internet is stalking too, right? Because when I was being followed on campus, I went straight to the police department, but my ex is stalking me on the internet with my Podunk County police was a different scenario. They don't even know where he is. I just have to live on high alert 24/7 and keep looking over my shoulder. Anyway, Cynthia, I'm glad you have never dealt with psychological abuse or DV, because you sure do speak like someone who's never had this issue a day in your life. If only we could all be so fucking lucky. So Cynthia, she had actually said something first to this young lady, which is why she was talking about some of this. And Cynthia had said, if the man's stalking them, then they should call the police. Stalking is a crime. Well, that sounds very simplistic now, doesn't it? But as
Didn't
this
she
young lady
just say?
did, and they did nothing.
Wait, hold on. I know I'm half deaf in one ear, but I heard that. I wait, hold on. Let me just make sure. Didn't she just say that she went to the Podunk police and they couldn't do anything because they didn't know where he was stalking her from? Wait, hold on. This was a comment that was read online. Hold on. Let me do an eye check. Can I see? Didn't you just explain that? Did continue. I just let the record show that she said she went to the police, y'all. And yeah, police actually can do things like IP tracking and things like that if they want to. Which goes back to why African American women don't get the help. Because the police can track your IP, they can have your social media subpoena, they can do all kind. Y'all read the Patriot Act sometime. But do they feel a Black woman is worth it? But of course, those distinctions were missed entirely.
If Sonia Massey, Breonna Taylor, Sandra Bland, or any indication, or the everyday taking out Black women, Black girls a day by Black men, if that's any indication, don't nobody seem to give a fuck.
So
especially the police.
So Cynthia kind of missed all that though. See, that's what happened when you don't do your research. Like she said, your research was Google. But even some of this is on Google.
You stop, I guess. I don't know. But you got your homie Themis there, and he knows better. And he let y'all, girl, I don't know what y'all got going on. That's so cute. I'm glad y'all are.
But see, here's the crazy part. But here's the crazy part about this. I have that transcript that you two put out. And Themis is actually partially an expert on this subject from the point of view of how you handle these things under the law. He cited his own work that he's done on this, which is why I'm sitting up here talking about y'all didn't discuss ahead of time, so you didn't have to have this argument in public. Because I'm just like, legally, you're a 900-pound gorilla. You've done work in this area, so you could cite yourself. But you brought your girl out there who came on talking about how women have to be masculine just to show her she couldn't be masculine enough to outdo you publicly. Like I said in my video, Cynthia, you in danger. You still in the patriarchy. You trying to get women to be logical, and you got pushed all the way back to being an emotionalized woman with an opinion over an hour live, and can't get no help because of the
But how do
foolery that
you
you did. We can't help you. We can't help you with that part because you did foolery. What happened to you is what's supposed to happen to you when you do foolery. We can't rescue you from that because you chose by your logic. By your logic, it's your fault you got manhandled for an hour.
but but this whole thing, that's why I explained a little bit about how our brains actually work, right? The brain isn't all the brain knows is, girl, you in danger. That's why you do these different techniques to identify what you're feeling and your emotions, because I want us to start to trust in our own feelings and our own emotions. All of these people telling us, you just being too emotional. You need to be logical. You sound crazy. No, I need to be, my feelings are informing me of something. And I'm going to go check it out because I trust my feelings. Okay? They work for me. They don't work for you. They work for me. My feelings are under my power. You don't get to tell me how I should or shouldn't feel. I feel the way I do because that's the way I feel. Whatever thought comes into my mind, it's a thought. I could choose to follow it or I could choose to let it go. But it's my thoughts. So I have power and you don't. Not over mine. Now I am also accountable for what I choose to do, where my feelings and emotions are concerned. I can choose to act in alignment with whatever I'm feeling or the emotions it evokes. I can choose not to. I can also choose to do nothing whatsoever. I could choose to go get me some water and take my 5 breaths. I could do any number of things, but none of them include anybody else deciding that's what I'm gonna do. It also means, because I have power, it also means that I don't I have to be accountable and responsible for my feelings and my emotions and my regulation of them and what I choose to do, either in opposition to the way I'm feeling or in alignment or nothing at all. Okay. So that part is my responsibility and I am accountable for that. In the same vein, so are the rest of these adults. Just like they're not responsible for my feelings. People can add to them and they can subtract from them, but they don't have power over my feelings. I know they want to help us believe they do, but really they don't. And that's why I'm giving you how the brain actually works. You can go look it up for yourself. Please don't believe me. I always tell you, don't believe me. I'm giving you where you can find it. Okay. So if I'm in a situation where I am being bludgeoned, if you break your leg, do you think you're gonna get up and run? What are you gonna if your leg snap in half, are you are you gonna be what? Because the pain, because your brain is just going pain, 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 pain. You gotta make it stop because something's wrong. Something's wrong down there with that leg. And you don't ignore that. You find out what's happening, right? Because your feelings are telling you something. You go, it's your job to validate whether it's actually real or it's, it is coming from a traumatic place, or or it's there is some danger here. There is pain and we need to figure out why. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, I just need to clear this up really, really quick too before I go on reading her little stuff here. A couple more. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I have never empowered anyone. Okay? Let me be clear, especially Black women and Black girls. Black and Indigenous women and girls, I don't empower. And here's why. You already possess power. How am I going to empower you when you already possess the power? You just don't have the living memory because people keep violating you and assaulting you and battering you. So all you can do is deal with pain and suffering. And the power is there. Now, my job as part healer is to introduce you back to your power. Because, girl, it's right here. You just stuffed it down with all the suffering and pain that these people have been causing you. Whether they're in your family, whatever their little name tag says about where they fit in a patriarchal hierarchy. Your power is there. But they wanted to make sure you were separated from it so they could harness it and use it for their own profit. All I'm doing is just saying this is where your power is at, because you already have it. So I can't empower you. I can give you some other tools so you can unleash your power, because that's what I did with my baby girl. She was my ultimate experiment in all of this. Okay. She was introduced to her power by me as a little one. No man was allowed to punish her, to discipline her, to raise their voices to her, to put their hands on her. Her brother is 8 years older than her. He was never, he was taught in a country, he was raised in a conscientious matriarchy, because that's what I raised him in. I did that on purpose. Okay? Because it isn't true that we can't raise men. We can't raise boys. We can't raise men because they're grown. They're making their own choices. But we can raise boys. The thing is, we can't raise them based on patriarchal nonsense. My son never raised his voice to his sister. He's told her when he doesn't like something or whatever, and she used her words and she's told him she doesn't like something. But this thing where we allow boys to put their hands on girls in the family and this and that other thing. No, you're not putting your hands on her. I'm the only ass kicker around here. You don't raise your voice. You don't discipline her. Your job is to protect her. And then if she's not moving in the way that I need her to move for her to be safe, when you're telling her, no, you're not opening that front door. Mom told you we don't open the door. No, you're not doing this. Then I'm on her. But she didn't grow up in a household where any male whatsoever got to approach her, got to talk down, up, or sideways to her, or any of that. So to this day, her major trauma with me is the way that I protected her. She's like, anytime I knew, I hated it when some weirdo, whatever person or black man or whatever would walk up on us in Stockton. I was like, she's gonna kill you, run. And I don't want to lose my mama. She all I got. She can't go to jail. That's her mind, because I will beat your ass. I've never been without weapons. I just upgraded here and there, but I've never. Did you just walk up on me, a black woman, and my little girl, and say anything? Motherfucker, I didn't summon you. And I would turn to them and look at them like, and go straight up to them and go, did you fucking just walk up on me? It would freak my daughter out. That's why she gets freaked out. Like, she doesn't say, she is gorgeous. She is majestic. She is, she's all of that. Okay. Now, I know I seem like I'm 10 feet tall because of all the most wanted posters I'm on for like Blackistan and, Crossroad Davis, what y'all call them, Carrots and Becky. You know how even Cynthia ain't going there. She got all this heat for black women, but she ain't gonna never. I ain't never seen it. I don't know. Maybe y'all know. Put it in the comments. Have you ever seen this girl go hard on some white women like this and name them and have her peoples or her people decide for themselves? They gonna dox them. And by the way, don't anybody try that shit with me, because I'm gonna answer. I don't dox other black women whether I agree with them or not, because I'm not putting any child associated with you in danger. I'm not putting any elder associated with you in danger. I don't have to like you. I don't have to get along with you. We don't have to be a match. You can hate me forever. I really don't care. But let me tell y'all something. There ain't gonna be one day that Cynthia baby or anybody else baby couldn't come to Auntie and have me protect them. I would lay down my life for her child. Now that's the truth. That's the truth. And even though I know she would denigrate my daughter and your daughter, because she did last Friday. She put a fucking target all over again on their backs. So, see the difference?
And see, this is the thing. There are open secrets about different people that are not going to be opened here. We are aware, but we're not going to do that. Why? Because Black women have enough people doing everything they know how to intimidate, to threaten us, our children, our elders. We have enough of that. We can disagree with other Black women. We're going to attack the behavior, but we would never do anything that would put someone in harm's way. Like I pointed out, I don't think Cynthia G was treated particularly well on that show either. Like I said, nobody's safe in safety theater. Anytime you trying to be Miss Logic and your co-host, who's supposed to be your friend, breaks you down to an opinionated Black woman with just an opinion and takes an hour doing it, you were not treated particularly well either. And I pointed that out in my video. I do not think Themis treated Cynthia very well. I don't think Cynthia treated Themis very well either, but she just forgot she's in a patriarchy. That you just forgot where you were. You were a guest in someone else's house, but that doesn't excuse the bad behavior on either side. But as far as everybody else's open secrets, they won't be open here. Because even though we don't agree with Cynthia G on what she said, and Auntie Love has some more comments, there's limits. Because as Black women, we all are trying to survive a situation that others want to make unsurvivable for us as free people. Not unsurvivable. You put a cockle back in your mouth and work till you die and breed some kids at the same time. You can survive. Our foremothers did it. But that ain't what we're trying to get. We don't want to see Cynthia G in that situation. I wish both of them would sit down and seriously discuss Project 2025 with all their intelligence in his last 3 weeks before the election. They could have done a tremendous amount of good. And, maybe next week, who knows? It could happen. I'm putting it out there because we do not want to see, like Auntie Love said, another Black woman. But then when a Black woman is making it easier to target other Black women, we do have to call that out. We got some more comments. I don't know if it was the ones you sent me or you got a fresh batch, but some of those comments were like,
these are just the few that I sent you. But so I think this next young lady, well, by what she said, she agrees. She's a Cynthia Light. I don't know, whatever they call themselves. Okay,
Eagle.
So this young lady, and I'm not saying anything. I don't really want to I'm not interested in putting out their names. This was primarily, some people were very supportive of the way Cynthia presented things, and some people were like, "Stop, that's hurting us." Okay, so this young lady was supportive of her, but anyway, she was talking to another person in the chat who did not feel good about this, and so this young lady says, "You just want someone to feel sorry for you and tell you to stay with that predator because that predator behavior is not going to change. We need to teach women to empower themselves instead of allowing women quick fixes and sympathy and stop coddling them." Oh, I'm sorry, what? Who getting caught? When do Black women get caught? Because I'm confused. I know a lot. I know a whole lot of shit about our history, like as individuals and as communities and groups and around the world, all these different things. And girl, what coddling? Who coddling? I don't know who that is.
Well, since we're
I don't
doing
know who that
things,
is, but okay.
have they looked up the dictionary definition? I just want to know, because if you are coddling someone, you have them in a safe position. So,
well, if anybody deserve to be coddled, it's Black women and Black girls. I don't know what y'all talk about. Y'all done coddled white women for 405 years just in this country alone, and they can't even hear somebody say no to them without having a whole fit. But what I'm saying, here with the Black women,
right, talking about us even giving a little bit of sympathy is coddling. No, first you got to get them out of their situation and get them safe. Then you got to bind up all the wounds. Then you got to make sure their abuser can't get to them. And then if you leave them there too long, and quote too long, and they 20, 30 years pass, and they basically just live. But on the other hand, with Black women having gone through so much, would that really be a problem? But I mean, I'm just saying, you can't coddle some. How did we get to but we talking to people that don't understand the word, so I just
but here's my thing. Let me help. Let me just cut to the chase, because we all know I'm a nuclear option. You probably never do half of the things I have allegedly done, do, or may do in the future. I'm just saying, that's just a disclaimer. However, okay, my thing is, I'm a fuck an abuser up. I don't have any respect for abusers. Okay, I do have friends, and I want to relate a story to us after I read this last thing. Okay, So this same young lady is still talking to this other woman, and she says, you be so eager to point the finger at everyone else but yourselves, and that's the problem. How about teaching women that they are responsible for their own desires and reproduction instead of pretending that they have no hand in that and acting as if they shouldn't take any personal responsibility for anything, especially when it comes to their relationships with men? Okay, so I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you guys this. This is something that happened to me. I haven't really spoken about it because it involved children, and it involved a it involved a young Black woman whose child that I healed. Okay. I've been working with the baby since he was really sick. And I've been working with him since he was 4 months old. And by this time, 2.5 years later, he's running. Okay. Girl, what I tell you, you gotta stop running. You're moving too fast. Mama love can't move that fast, Pooh. Okay. The times that we thought he wasn't going to make it, I went to war on the people in the. But I don't give a damn who the doctor is. I'm gonna fuck you up if you don't give this baby what he needs. Don't tell me shit. Get busy. I'm gonna need this, this, and this for him. Shut the fuck up. And you ain't trying to give his mama resources. You're a fucking lie. She my baby too, and we ain't having that. Okay. So this young Black woman, she has in her household, she has her older son, and she had him when she was a teenager. And then she has the baby, and then she had the father of this baby, doing what I see Negropeans doing all the time, living off of a woman who is working her ass off with a baby with physical disabilities. Boy is brilliant, just physical disabilities. And he at one point had a central line. He had tummy, gastric tubes. He had all of those things, and it involves a lot of medication. It involves you as a healer, for me, pulling the pain off of him and moving it and releasing it out into the atmosphere. But it still sits in my body for a bit. So these are the types of things that I study and do to heal children. I don't care who the children are. I don't care who their parents are. I don't. I've had KKK motherfuckers say, if that nigga bitch touched my child, blah, 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 when I worked in the hospital. Girl, I don't give a fuck. First of all, you out of here. And I am going to save your child. This baby came up here, and it's my job to do what I'm excellent at doing, and that's saving children's lives. I don't give a fuck what you do or don't do. Okay? Well, right now, I'm going to go in here and save your baby. And when I'm done, I'm going to see you after school in the parking lot. I don't give a fuck who you are. You're not standing in between me and healing the baby. You not. So in this situation, I was going to their house because he spent time in the hospital, but I would fight all of their bullshit because they were making him sicker. And I knew what they were doing. So I was like, no, that's not what you ain't getting ready to do all that with him. You're going to do this right here. And that's what they did. He ended up, by the time he was 2.5, he like I said, he was running, girl. He was climbing. We was out there playing in the water, getting in all kinds of trouble, okay? Couldn't tell us shit. We gonna go have some fun. We gonna be on our tummy. We gonna watch that stupid damn whatever that show is that he loved to death. And until 11, until I just can't no more. I'm like, we gotta go to Mulan. I can't do this shit. Okay, it's Ty. I adore that boy. Okay, I adore his big brother and his mom. Okay, so the Negro P in there, just by rote, if you're involved, I'm going to do things for you too. Okay, I'm not here for Negro Peons, we know that. But anyway, I am here for this baby, his mom, and his brother. Okay, so there you go. So at one point, I don't get involved in people's grown folks' business because you grown. And I spend my time focused on the baby and focus on healing this baby and taking them to the next level. So I bought puzzles, but more than half the shit in his room. So shit I bought. Okay. Like, oh, we need to be doing Legos. We need to be doing puzzles. We need to be doing all this. And brilliant, this baby. Okay. So we're doing all of this. And so she had the year prior, when he was about 1.5, she had gotten pregnant again, same congenital anomalies in that baby. That baby was in the hospital for 3 months. He never came home. The second. Okay. So this is what this young Black woman was going through while working, while raising a teenage son and a baby with disabilities. And that motherfucker just sits. Okay. Every time I see it. And this girl worked too, on top of that. So when he decides to run rampant and tear up her house because he's mad at something, I don't know what. And this baby, she in tears. I don't realize the intricacies of whatever because I'm not in grown people business. But when the police show up, and I walk out the room like, what the hell is happening right now? Okay. And I had heard some stuff, like he broke shit. He just did it all. And I knew that because I had to tell him, 2 different times, you're gonna have to put your bullets up. You can't have it because he will put anything in his mouth. Okay. So you can't have him out like that, whatever you do. Okay. So I assume you got bullets in the clip that you got the gun go. I mean, right? I know that. But I'm a concealed carrier too. We all know what's up. Right. I don't know where he got his shit from, but I'm pretty sure he didn't take classes like most Nigerians don't. Okay. Do whatever. All the things I've done to practice. So this day, he goes off. She ends up calling the police. I come out and they basically do nothing like I've seen them do time and again. Okay. She's scared. She's trying to handle this and he's tearing up shit and she just got this new place for them. All of them. You laying over here on her. Okay. Whatever. So he's gonna, and I'm like, okay, so y'all got to separate. Because see, I have fears, but the fears are usually for other people, not for me myself. So he's right in front of us. He pulls out his phone and I forget whether he said is this because talking to whoever he's talking to, he has them on speaker and he's like, bring my GU over here because I'm gonna handle this. I'm gonna take care of this. I'm sick of this women. And I'm like, bring what over? Girl, I know you didn't just, you gonna take care of who? First of all, go to your room. Go to your room. That's what I told him. You need to go to your room. And you, ma'am, you go in there with the baby. You go to your room. What are you talking about? Well, I'm sick of the women in my life because he has another baby by another woman that's a year older than this baby.
Okay, can I ask a question here? Wait, is he the one laying down with these women that he's picking? And so should have chose better. Okay, let's move on. I'm sorry, but I just need to establish that he brought these women into his life.
Yeah, he should have chose
but
to
it's
leave
their
these women
fault.
alone. That's what he should
Yeah,
have done.
should have chose better. He should have chose better to
That
keep his
he's
pants, keep his stuff in his pants. I'm
so
sorry. I
his
just need
rant
to
was,
establish.
I'm sick of these women. I'm sick of it. Well, the other woman that you're talking about, I don't know the mother of the other baby, because when you do bring this baby over, you think I'm supposed to take care of him, or baby man's mama is supposed to take care of him. I don't know. That's y'all personal business. But girl, I didn't come. No, you need to take care of your baby. You need to make sure he ate breakfast. You need to do. What the fuck is wrong with you? You are a whole grown up. Black women don't get to do that to our children. We actually have to take care of those children. Okay, you bringing that baby over somewhere else so you don't have to do no work and pretend like you actually spending some time with that baby. You ain't doing shit. Okay, but whatever. You over here threatening who? I take those threats very seriously. Okay, you saying you bringing a weapon over here? It ain't but two women over here, and one of them is me. And before that motherfucker, whoever you calling, could ever get over here, you out. But I need y'all to understand something. As a concealed carrier, I'm taught by some of the most violent motherfuckers on the planet, white boys. And one of the things that they press is situational awareness, and egress ought to be your first thought. So if you can get out of a place safely and not hurt other people and help them get out too, then that's what you do. That's your first stop. Okay? But if I gotta pull my shit and lay your ass down, that's what I'm gonna do. Bitch, I'm gonna be in jail fighting for my virginity. I don't care. I really don't. Cause these are my babies. And we ain't about to do this shit. And I'm the last person. Okay, right next to K Dot. I'm the last person that you want to threaten. Because I believe you. I believe you. I take it very seriously. And I come for it. You came at me, I'm coming for you. But I also have to remember there's a baby here. There is a young woman here. So how do I do this? Well, I talked to her about it. I gave her an opportunity to decide what she was going to do. I gave her the resources. She could come home with me. I didn't care. I was so scared for her. So I came back 2 more times, right? And the last time I came back, when I pulled up, there were all these police. And I just thought, he killed her. She's another
Statistic.
statistic. Can't. I've seen this shit so much. I've seen black women be hurt so much. Everybody is not built like me. Everybody isn't supposed to be built like me. We're supposed to be different. We bring different abilities, skill sets. How could you do this to this woman? How could you do this? How could you do this to these babies? Because I didn't see her. And I couldn't catch my breath. And I remember getting out of my truck and just standing there because I couldn't. And a police officer came up to me and I'm like, please tell me that they're all fine. And he's like, yeah, they're fine. And she comes to the doorway and I can see her. How are we going to sit here and fucking tell the woman being abused that is her fault, her stand? Where is she going to go? These shelters are not, they're not made for us. They don't want us there. They turn us away first. Do you not understand that she works? He knows where she works. Even if she left, he knows where she works. He knows where her older son goes to school. So how does she leave every single fucking thing? He can get to her anywhere. And this whole fucking idea that you're saying, well, stalking isn't the same thing as this and blah, blah, blah. It fucking is. What the fuck are you talking about? How are you fucking telling women, black women, that they're fault? They're all fucking abused by a nigga who made a grown adult choice that he's not going to master his own emotions and feelings, and he's definitely not going to master his behaviors. You know what my baby decided? She decided to stay with him, with that man. I held my baby. We cried together. I told her how much I loved her. And that I'm going to go. And that's the last time I saw her. I don't get to tell her how she's going to deal with the brutality of the abuse and how she's going to do these things. I can give her the resources, but she has to choose. I know this woman. She works so hard. I've done this hundreds of times as a pediatric and neonatal nurse. What the fuck is wrong with you? Telling somebody else that they are getting with their abuser and protecting their abuser? Maybe they fucking are. That's not how you fucking support them. You don't have any help for them. You didn't build a safe space for them. Where's your shelters that you built for Black women? Where? We're silly and stupid. My baby is goddess born. She gets to choose. I have no right to usurp her will as another goddess born. What I can do is give her the support I can, and she gets to choose. That does not mean she wants to be abused. It does not mean that she is condoning a whole grown ass motherfucker making a choice to abuse her, because you know what he could do? He could make a choice to shut the fuck up and get the fuck on too. We could all make a choice to smother these motherfuckers when they sleep too. And let them know that's what's gonna happen too. But we're all not built like that. Why should we be? She has no control over somebody else choosing that they're going to be violent. All she can do is respond the best way she knows how. That's it. What do y'all want from Black women? How can you sit here and say we are coddling another Black woman when they are suffering, they are being assaulted? Do you tell them prisoners of war? Oh, stalking is a crime, and you just call police. Well, let me tell you something. Have you ever seen a real shooter? Have you ever seen one of them that the military has trained? You know what they do? You know what a sharpshooter does? He stalks. You know why he stalks? Waiting for an opportunity to kill. That's what stalkers are doing. That's what it means. They're using every bit of the process. This boy used every bit of that power wheel on this baby. And no, we're not going to question her. We're going to love on her. We're going to put her in our arms. And we're going to have her as far as we can. We have been so terrorized in this fucking country. Every fucking place we go, everything we do. And you want to tell us? So you're saying the same thing that Manosphere motherfuckers say to Black women. What are you talking about? I don't give a fuck. All these comments over there talking about, oh, well, I knew a woman, don't get involved. I don't give a fuck if you don't want to get involved, don't. You shouldn't. You can have a choice too. But that Black man or whoever, they had a choice too. And they chose violence. And they keep choosing it. There is no safe harbor that you keep telling Black women, oh, you just call the police. The police don't like us. Execute us. Just like Black men do. Just like white women do. So where do you think that we have safety? Did you build it for us? Did you and Themis build it for us? Where's the Black woman's battered center for help that Themis and Cynthia built?
In 27 months and 2 weeks.
I can't. So this girl goes on to say, let me just say this. Let me go to what victim blaming is. Okay. You'll find this in NLM. Remember, a lot of what I'm telling you, you can go back to the description in this live and look. Hi, I'm sorry, Baron. Hello, Blackfoot Indian. Hello, Amaris. Thank you,
Hey, y'all.
Amaris. Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't say hello.
Welcome in.
What is victim blaming? Victim blaming is as the term suggests, when people place blame for abuse, either partially or completely, on the victim rather than the abuser. They may believe the victim did something to provoke the abuser, or perhaps that the victim could have prevented the abuse by being more careful or making different choices. Victim blaming can sometimes be a subconscious or visceral reaction that the blamer doesn't realize has such a devastating effect on the victim. So I pulled these definitions in reference to when Cynthia says in her comment, so where's the victim blaming at? Maybe you don't understand what it is, but those are the behaviors you were acting out. What I didn't write this definition. That's okay. What is victim shaming? Similar to victim blaming, victim shaming is when people, perhaps without applying the abuser, is implying the abuse is their fault per se, make victims feel is something to be ashamed of, or that no one outside of the relationship should know about. Shamers may make victims think they are weak for allowing this to happen to them, or that others will see them differently and more negatively if they knew. It causes victims to believe the abuse is something they must suffer through or figure out how to stop on their own. So y'all tell me, isn't that exactly the behavior that y'all encountered over there?
Both of them are.
Okay. Why didn't you fight back? That's another thing we'll hear, except for we're told we're masculine and we don't want to be stereotyped, and that's understandable because it causes us more pain and it puts another target on our back, right? So in this explanation of why didn't you fight back? For those who have not experienced abuse, it is easy to think that if someone started hurting you, you would attempt to stop them or defend yourself by fighting back. This would be many people's reaction if a stranger attacked them, but it's different when someone you love and trust attacks you. There's a level of shock that can cause victims to freeze in disbelief that this is happening. They also care about their abuser and might not want to hurt them. I'm gonna take y'all back to Meg the Stallion. We're being told from baby girls that we are supposed to protect Black women, and we physically have done just that. If that's what you're conditioned to believe and understand and think, and that's what your every part of the society is telling you is the rules and blah 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 blah, then why wouldn't you be doing exactly what you've never heard it differently, you've never seen it differently, no one's actually brought these resources to you or taught you about how brains work or whatever it is. How would you know what you don't know? And somebody yelling at you, telling you you're stupid and silly, and you just want to be abused or whatever the hell you saying, or you're just pardoning the abuser. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I just don't know. So they also care because that's what they're taught to do as Black women. We as Black women are very compassionate. Most of us are very kind. Most of us just want to be joy. We can't even be somewhere singing or dancing or even talking out loud. Why do people hate us so much that it is a literal crime to these people that we're dancing somewhere or we're singing or we're talking out loud or laughing out loud? Why does that need a manager or the police or some other bullshit? Why does that mean we need to have violence enacted against us? You hate us so much that we can't even dance or sing or enjoy ourselves? We're not doing anything to you. When people ask why they didn't fight back, it implies that the victim could have stopped the abuse, that they let it happen. Is that what her comment was alluding?
Yep. Why didn't you leave?
It is in some way. No one's saying that. Not one person in any comment was saying they shouldn't leave. No one said that at all. Like literally, everyone agrees that, yeah, but the question becomes how, where are the resources? What are the resources? I have to keep working because he ain't gonna do none of that. But he knows where I work. He knows where I go to school. He knows where the kids go to school. Some of these men have gone to the school, picked up the children, and killed the children to get at the mother. Black men. So what are you talking about? Even if she left, and why don't we understand one of the most dangerous times is when she leaves, and there's no one there. We depend on, all we can depend on really as Black women is our kinship that Auntie D was talking about. That is a part of the studies that we're presenting to you, that Black women don't get to use those resources to their benefit because that's not the way the system is designed. It is designed for white supremacy. They need Black women to stay in pain so they keep you separate from your actual powers. So you never turn around and center yourself and use them on yourself and take the time to heal and take the time to just breathe and not be under fire from every single damn demographic. We got to save everybody. We got to save the democracy again. We got to do all of this thing and put our lives on the line over and over and over, and you get to spit in our faces. You get to step on our backs and our necks. No, ma'am. No, sir. Absolutely not. No. And you don't get to fucking question us. It's in our standards. Go read them. That's one of our standards. You don't get to question Black women, and you ain't telling us shit. We will do what we need and desire to do from here on out. You have 405 years to be a white fucking bitch's familiar. Go take your ass back to the crossroads and stay in alignment with white women, because that's what the fuck you sound like. Because every time I hear you or Black men, y'all sound just like white women. People keep saying, oh, Black men want to be white men and da, da, da. No, they actually just want to be white women. Because white women don't have to be accountable or responsible for any of the heinous, violent shit they've ever done, including raising children to be inhumane, including eating their own children's souls. Why didn't the Black woman just leave? This is another part of the article. A 2012 study found that participants were more likely to blame a victim if they were told they returned to their abuser than if they were told either way. There are many complex reasons why some victims either choose to remain with their abuser or return to them after leaving, including that it's even more dangerous for the victim to leave an abuser. For more details on these motivations, check out DVSN's July 2022 blog post. Okay, so you could check that out for yourself. The research at the bottom is going to lead you back to numbers and other studies and other peer reviews. Okay, why it's not always safe / right to leave an abuser. When people judge victims and survivors for their choices, it can lower their confidence, lower their self-esteem, and their autonomy. Their abuser already makes them feel that way. because they're abusers using that power will, right? And negative appraisals from those outside the relationship can compound the harmful effects of the assault and make them ashamed of their choices. I'm just saying. I don't know what. So this is the last thing I'm gonna read. I'm gonna give it back to Miss D. This is a quick thing. So please check in with yourselves. If you're feeling triggered, because we all know I am, okay? And that's translating over to you because I have an effect on my environment. And right now you're in my environment. So emotions can be highly contagious, okay? I'm aware of that. And I want you to take a break if this is getting to be too much for you. Please.
And we do have a break built in coming up, but if you need a break now, don't wait on us. We'll be here for a little while longer. But we do have one coming.
Take it. Effects of victim blaming on the victims. Because I need to be clear. Okay, since these people don't, these folks don't get it, or I don't know why they don't. I don't know, but I'm just giving them some information to do with whatever. Sharing experiences of abuse with anyone can be extremely difficult to do, even without fear of judgment. When those that hear about the abuse react by blaming or shaming the victim, it can make victims wish they never said anything. The fear of the reaction often keeps victims from doing anything to increase their safety, making them feel even more isolated and trapped. Victim blaming increases the risk of PTSD, depression, and suicidal ideation in survivors. Blaming and shaming are also tactics some abusers use. So, experiencing them from someone outside of the relationship can reinforce the abuser's power and control. Power and control will. Reliving the abuse by talking about it and receiving a negative or even aggressive response can be re-traumatizing and having a tremendous detrimental effect. Abusers can also use this reaction to reinforce their control over the victim by pointing out that other people don't think anything is wrong or that nobody will believe the victim. The 2012 study, Perceptions of Domestic Violence, it's a study, you can go look it up, okay? Found that participants in domestic violence attributed more blame to the victim than those believing fewer myths. A lack of knowledge and understanding of the issue of abuse leads to more victim blaming and shaming. So I read to you some of the comments and I gave all of you information that you can use as tools to defend yourselves. Okay. We've given you some standards that you can take and individualize to use as tools to keep yourself grounded and safe from emotional abuse by other people that don't have nothing to do, don't know nothing about what you've gone through. Okay? I want you to have tools to be able to say, so you're going to stop talking. So we're not buying any of that. So we're not getting with you. No, you don't get to keep saying that we're stupid or silly or to blame and you don't get to shame us and you don't get to do any of that shit. That's going to be a no. Because what is effectively also happening is that Black men can take that, white men can take that, white just can take that, and they can use what she has said to y'all and that whole thing with her demons. They can use it again against Black women and Black girls who are already set upon by all these different demographics in such violent and disgusting and brutal ways. We're inviting other people to tell us that it is our fault that they are violating us, whether it's in the healthcare system, whether it's in our home, whether it's at a school, whether it's at our job, whether it's in the so-called justice system. When they did all of that, that contributes to piling on more suffering and pain to Black women and Black girls, and thus our children. So if that young lady don't understand any of this, I don't know what to tell her. I really don't.
I do, but I'll wait. I'll wait. I don't want to interrupt you. Do you need a break? We can move the break. Go ahead.
My last little paragraph, y'all, right here.
Okay.
The effects of victim blaming, last part. Not only does victim blaming and shaming marginalize and demoralize victims and make them less likely to report incidents, that is why the number of Black women who actually report DV is only 1 in 15, because we are not going to be believed. We're not going to be listened to. We're not going to be taken seriously. You're going to give us, even if you give us a thing that says that, what's that thing you go to the court and they say that, yes, you should do that. So you have a paper trail, girl. That's the only reason for it, because it doesn't protect you like that. And they all know it. They all know it. But we ain't going to say that this shit didn't happen and that this man wasn't doing all of this shit, because I got this shit on paper. Okay. And I also got on paper that y'all did absolutely nothing. Y'all came here, and I've heard the police say this shit time and again to women who have been through DV. I have heard it with my own ears. Well, if he came here, he didn't do nothing to you. So we can't do anything unless he actually physically does something. But the loop to that is, and this is something, Black women, I want you to listen to me now. This is why we don't want to, go and get our concealed carries. This is one of the reasons, okay? Because we know that if a man did what that Negro Peon did to Keke Palmer, threw her down the stairs, over the couch, stomped all that, whatever Diddy did to that young lady, and so many children.
120. Yeah, it appears allegedly.
Okay, so it that they do, it is a whole network of this that's fighting for Black women to be tortured. Okay, it makes you more susceptible to being prey. Yes, that's what they were all going for in the first place, because they are low-life predators. They're like the frogs of predators, or the fucking snakes, or moles and voles. They're just like, I love it when white folks, when they kids go unalive the other children, sit up here and go, well, he was a this and he went through some shit. The problem is not that he's crazy. It's not that he's deranged and he's the lone wolf. He ain't alone. His mama taught him all that. And she sent him with his daddy to learn the tactics of it. She's a strategist. and his daddy does tactical, teaching them exactly how to shoot. Because you know why I know? Because they kids and them is at the shooting range. We generally will go on like a Sunday morning or something like that. If we go on a Sunday morning, I can guarantee you after they all holiday churches and shit, because they real church is the courtroom. Okay. After they haul their asses out of there pretending to be Christian, they at the shooting range with their children, and their children are learning to shoot. I'm talking about 5 years old. So we don't want to do that as Black women, because they told us that, oh, that would mean you're aggressive, and that would mean that you're Spanish and all this other bullshit. No, it doesn't mean any of that. It doesn't mean any of that. It means that now I'm leveling the playing field. You don't get to do any of the shit you're trying to do with me. I know what y'all's language is. It's violence. Got it. I'm fluent in that too. It's not my native tongue, but it is part of my native tongue. I get y'all because I've studied y'all too, back in y'all history. And you're going out of your way to convince Black women that they don't deserve protection, that they deserve to be blamed and shamed and bullshit for all the terrorizing that you're doing to them. And then you're going to tell them that how they're going to respond to the constant terror, assault, and battery, and unaliving. You're going to tell us that we need to be nice. What's that word they like to use? Nice. No, motherfucker, I'm not being nice. I don't do nice, because every time I hear nice, I hear nice nasty. Because that's what y'all do. Some passive aggressive microaggressions or some bullshit. There's nothing passive aggressive about y'all bullshit. There's nothing micro about it. None of y'all. I don't care who you are, who is responding to Black women with anti-Black woman, Black girl violence behaviors. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. And you ain't gonna keep terrorizing Black women, Black girls, not on my fucking watch. We're not doing it. I don't give a fuck who you are. So what I'm gonna tell y'all is, you don't get to demoralize victims, just as this article is telling you. And it makes the women that you're demoralizing like this, it makes them less likely to report incidents. Only 1 in 15 of us don't report the incidents, not because of what Cynthia's conclusion was, that we just trying to protect our abuser and all this other bullshit. That's not why we don't report it. We don't report it because we're not believed. We don't report it because we're not protected. We don't report it because we're going to be shamed and blamed. We don't report it because we are going to be punished for reporting being abused. Do you not get it? What is it you don't fucking get? So we're unlikely to report these incidents of abuse to the police, because they may come execute us when they show up. And they tell us, well, they're not doing nothing to you, so whatever. And if you walk away, if that person bounces you down the stairs, you get up, he's sitting down, demanding dinner, and you did have a pew pew, what they're gonna say is, you went and got it. If you had time to get up and go, and it wasn't already on your person, that's going to be first degree premeditated. But let me tell you how these white folks do it. Okay? because this is how they capture Black women, and again, punish them for for doing whatever it is they could to try to defend themselves, whatever it is. Okay, so let me give you a hint, Black women, because I really did put some study and thought into this. Every single Black woman, I would suggest you have a taser. The taser is non-lethal. This is only alleged. How would I know all of this stuff? I would never. Anyway, I have tasers. I allegedly have some other stuff too. Now that I could always get my hands on, even when I lived in California. Okay. And a taser is considered non-lethal. So you have that, and you survive long enough to zap. Now this is alleged. I don't know where people get this from, but zip ties. If there happen to be some zip ties, in your area, and you zap that person, that was not premeditated, because it's not lethal force. All you did was package them up for the police. That's going to take 30 minutes. You can get your piece then, but what you do is you put them on their knees, allegedly, because when you put someone on their knees on the floor or whatever, even if it's carpeted, within about 2 minutes, they won't be able to stand up. So they won't be able to come chase you down. That's why the police put them on their knees. They've effectively neutralized them by doing so. So they're not going to be able to get up and chase you, and they can stay on their knees until the police finally do get there. Here you go. I got a package for you. This is great, allegedly. And you also, most of us don't know about self-defense insurance, because all of them know. They all got it. They paying between 20 and up bucks to have actual criminal lawyers show up. 20 to up bucks a month. Like you have car insurance, like you have health insurance, they have self-defense insurance. I got 2 different kinds. Allegedly, I made, who knows? So you see, that's not empowering you, Black women. You already have power. I need some more resources alleged. That's how they get around all of that. Those loopholes are built in for them. They make sure you don't know that. They do. Now you know. Knowledge is power, and you already have power. All you're doing is unleashing it and wielding it, because you get it if that's what you choose, because you're self-body autonomous. So because of the victim, what it does to the victim, in the case of domestic violence, the victim blaming can make it seem the issue is not as universal and widespread as it is, but rather isolated incidents that were provoked and or preventable. Because she kept saying, well, if you weren't there, then you couldn't be abused. Well, I challenge anybody to go up against United States whites, because they're the most dangerous motherfuckers I know. And as dangerous as white men are, because they only the second. White women are the most. Okay? Because you can't even track them. You can't even track them. They don't even put names against Black women, Black girls, and Black children. Never have really. So if we continue to victim blame specifically Black women and Black girls for their own, for being abused by other people, you are telling all of these other demographics that they keep getting to violate us. That's what you're doing. You're making it really easy for abusers and violators and savages to savage us. That's it. That's what's happening here. But you have a degree in psychology and the other one's a lawyer, right? So um, in the case of domestic violence, victim blaming can make it seem like the issue is not universal, like I said. It shifts the focus away from the perpetrators so that many are not held accountable. Learning more about what victim blaming sounds like and why it is all too easy to do can help increase awareness, empathy, in stigmas and shame, and work toward a better future. So in the comments, if this girl don't know that what she did was victim blaming because she professes, how could that be victim blaming? Blah blah blah. I just told you how by studies that they've done on people who victim blame the victim. That's what I got. I don't know what. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on a couple things, and then we need another break because we do have more resources for you. We're not going to just put you out here because we don't do that over here. But Auntie Love, do you need a break now? Because you covered me when I went to go.
I'm gonna show y'all how it's done without
Okay.
you even noticing.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't coin the term. That was a Miss Wiley who was a former employee at Ocean Gate. And y'all may not know the name Ocean Gate, but you know about that submersible that imploded last year, and you probably heard the name Stockton Rush. One of his former employees called the safety culture at his company safety theater. And that's where I coined the phrase. It didn't come from me, it came from her. It's where I started learning and started using it. Let me explain to you. Oh, okay, so I'm gonna go way, way back and way, way back. A long time ago, that same W.B. Du Bois that Auntie Love talked about proposed that there was a talented tenth of black people. And among these talented tenth of black people, we have something called the boule. And these black people are more interested in being, even to the point of being in relationship to the Greek gods and goddesses, are more concerned with being good servants to the Greco-Roman world as is represented by Eurocentricity today, because they believe they're more talented than 90% of us. And so they will do whatever is necessary to maintain their position closer to the benefits of white supremacy. Now, W.B. Du Bois may or may not have intended for that to happen, but he started the ball down the road. So since these men want to get credit for everything, we're going to have to rest. But what does this mean? This means that educated black people are often given the temptation of playing like they the talented tenth and we all just dumb. What Cynthia did and why Thima's platform is not new. Because this is what happens on the other side. When people on the other side of it see that black professionals are willing to down black people, as Auntie Love said, this opens the door for everyone to do it. That literally has been going on for the past 120 years. As Auntie Love said, a repeat of a repeat of a repeat. She's taught us about this. But let me tell you how unserious. See, you gotta watch where you take your advice from. I'm a professional investigator. I know some really good, like multi-cup billionaire level lawyers. And I've known some good psychologists. Nathan and Julia Hare, doctors, both are native to my home city. Some of the best psychologists Black race has ever produced. This is their native city where I live. Let me explain something to y'all. If you were serious about your psychology degree and you ever thought you wanted to use it, the last thing you would have let yourself do is come out here live in front of 23,000 people and do that foolery. Because your license could be in danger. See, as Auntie Love and I said, I said, we don't play about ours. If I have to go up in court and Themis is on the other side, I'ma just save this video. And if y'all don't know, transcripts can be downloaded, YouTube videos can be downloaded, archived. Then there's what's called the Wayback. Because if I'm on the opposite side of him in any kind of domestic situation, I'm going to use that video to show that he platformed people that blame victims. Because if I'm a good lawyer, I have the access to the studies. So this means that I'm going to wrap this like an albatross around his neck for the rest of his career. And the same would go for Cynthia if she wanted ever to turn around and pursue a career. This is what happens. It's in the same category as people who build parts of the ballast for their submersible in their garages, but plan to go down 12,500 feet to see another wreck. It's the same level. Abuse is a life or death issue. Two Black professionals. So here's what other people are saying. See, they got Black professionals, but even their professionals ain't about nothing, because both of them could have wrecked their entire lives. And again, you already know what Auntie Love's gonna do if anything happens to her daughter, and if Themis and Cynthia are cited as the reason, y'all already know. See, I don't necessarily put my stuff out there, but it's just like I have the research skills necessary. Everybody doesn't know I know their real name. Not gonna put anything out here in the street because that ain't what we do over here. But it's just like you don't understand. It's like I have to tell people in San Francisco, no, you don't want to do that. Because what I want you to imagine is it was my parents or any of my students, and you do that on the public record. No. See, you don't understand. And so when people take serious issues and endanger themselves, and let me also say this. Never search someone who talks down to you and has a book and a course they're trying to sell. See, Cynthia mentioned a few times she's putting together content and she wants y'all to pay her to be on Patreon and then pay for her stuff to teach you how to do without her having done any of the work that Love and I did in a week. But she wants you to pay. You know what that makes her? That makes her the grifter form of abuser. She wants you to think that she's the only one who can teach you what you need to do. Now, again, we're not putting anybody's business in the street, but if we were going to turn this back on Cynthia, this would be a very unpleasant day. And in fact, Themis put her in check by asking a particular question. Well, do you think Black women of this type are also the kind of women that you're talking about? He asked that question because, like every good lawyer, he already knows what he's going to do before he gets there. We're not going to do that over here. But just understand, if you are proposing something this huge on a topic this important, and you're not serious enough to even know that the way you talked about it can endanger you, then definitely none of the rest of us need to pay attention to what you have to say. By the way, this is not the first really bad idea Cynthia G has had, nor has Themis just started platforming her and her bad ideas. I'm gonna go back to something I said earlier. You know, her stance on Black males should be reported in boom. And Cynthia, if you see this, don't even bother to deny it. Like I said, the videos, the transcripts, and all that, that exists. It's accessible. Don't even bother to deny it. What you're basically saying, you haven't thought this through, and this is why. You care about Black women, you want them to go 50% more often into the healthcare system, where we have these terrible maternal mortality rates. And you're not talking about Black men need to be accountable for producing children that they're not have. You don't think Black women have self-control. No, everybody's self-control problems are not your self-control problem, baby. I'm not going into detail with you, but just understand. So you want Black women 50% of the time, not only 50% of the time, take on the risk of going into a healthcare system that has high maternal mortality for them, but add to the risk by allowing the same people who are writing legislation talking about it's Black women's fault if they, if it's God's will that they die, and let them take those sharp instruments and suction 50% of the time that they get pregnant and slash around up inside them just because you don't want another Black son born another Black man. You want to see the image of Black men destroyed. Why? I know why. See, for those of you who actually, since you're going to take pot shots at Christians, let me lob one back at you, sweetheart. Once upon a time in the book of Esther, you will find where there was a man named Haman. And Haman wanted to wipe out the entire Jewish race because one man would not bow down to him. You are Haman, sweetheart. You want to see all the image of Black men disappear because you can finish that sentence on your own time. But you don't care about exposing Black women 50% of the time to the same people that want the Black race. We're not even at the sons yet. You want, so you can get your little will done about something that we're not going to get into here. You want to have Black women having these same people slashing around with sharp instruments inside of them 50% of the time. And then the other 50%, if they have daughters, they're just going through the normal process. So we're already going through too much, but you want to raise it up for your bad idea? And again, Themis, I'm going to say this to you again. And you go ahead and you tell Star Monroe, y'all going to sit up here and platform someone who would have had your mother off you in the womb and is now going to want to be out here talking to them. See, if y'all ever have children, you're going to understand what I'm talking about. You sit up here and platform someone that wants to kill your son in the womb. Really? Is this what we doing? Even though both of you could have that whole video October 4th tied around your neck like an albatross for whatever career you think you're getting into. Because if I can figure out what y'all government names are, anybody can. So you doxed yourself on your food. Ain't nobody need to do it over here. Ain't no reason for all that because you literally put yourselves out there. Neither of you were over 50. You got some working career left, but you just let yourself come out here like that. And y'all have been doing the foolery for 2 years, 3 months, and 2 weeks. Do you understand that when white supremacy comes for your behind, if somehow Project 2025 comes along, you're going to be the poster children for white Black, because even if they get educated, listen to this foolishness that they're talking. They don't even know how not to do victim blaming. And now they have it set up so that when we mess them up, we're going to blame them for doing it because they're the ones put it out here on the internet. Really? And again, not 27 minutes, not 27 days, not 27 weeks. Y'all been doing the foolery for 27 months. Enough evidence to convict y'all of whatever. And Black women are supposed to sit back and take this? Nah, we had to gather y'all up again. Auntie-Love and I gathered you up separately. Now we gather you up collectively. And what you best do is do not let anyone we know get hurt by your foolery coming on. Because like I said, I can pick your transcripts exist. Oh, and help yourself out. You still let me have moderator privileges over there. You might want to turn that off. Because what I'm going to have to do, if y'all going to persist in this, is pick y'all apart line by line by line. Now, Auntie Love and I are not always going to give you this kind of time. But what you're not going to do is have us people coming to us crying. I don't play about mine. She don't play about hers. We're not going to continue to fool. There's consequences to everything you do. We're not going to victim blame. We're not going to victim shame. Whatever you do, go somewhere behind the corner and do this behind. There's always been Black people who have gone with the white supremacy program. Go somewhere out of our eyesight. Because here's what's happening. Like I said, you're endangering your professional standing by doing the foolery. And that ought to matter enough to you to go somewhere and sit down and shut up. All right, enough. We've given you enough time in this 4.5 hours. We have some other resources that we want to share with you. Like Level Up Single Mom said, we have things for those of you who want more nourishing experiences coming up. But before that, because we've covered a lot of difficult ground, it's not every day that I talk about, this was rough. So let's do a quick 5. Make sure you have your hydration. We almost there. From here on, we're going to talk about how we command the best. But make sure you have the rest of your hydration. I bought 2 down here to make sure I would have enough. And so we're going to do the same thing we did at the beginning. We're going to count it. We're going to do 5 times. And then Auntie Love has some courses. If you, like I said, Cynthia G has some coursework. No. But on the other hand, Auntie Love has some coursework for you that actually can help you to have the resources internally to access the power that you have. All right, but let's go ahead. Oh, yeah, and thank you, Auntie Love, for putting these back up again. A lot of times we don't even know where to get help. I have 200 languages. Oh, my gosh. We have Black women who are from the diaspora, so that actually is more important. It looks like from looking from just the American view. Things that we can do in order to help ourselves and our sisters feel like they have a chance. This is the kind of information we want to provide you with the remainder of today's presentation. But first, that was a lot. It was a lot for me. I don't hate Cynthia. And Semptima is someone I wish I could afford to care about. But not on this level of foolery. So it's not easy for me either. I put in a lot of time. There's a lot of you who are there that I still love. I would be glad to see anyone repent. But the axe is laid, as the Lord Jesus said, at the root of the trees. We got maybe 3 months to figure out what we're going to do. And even if Kamala Harris is elected, that's not going to change things for Black women living in states where this will still be enacted. Mm-hmm. Well, you should have moved. Well, we already talked about that now, didn't we? All right. 5 times. And I need this as much as y'all do. Breathe in. Hold. And out. In. Hold. Out. Okay, 3 more. In. Hold. Out. Out. 2 more. In. Hold. Out. Last one. In. Hold. And out. Okay. All right. Good way to change gears. From here on, it's good news. If you need content, you feel like you want to learn more, Auntie Love has 3 fabulous courses, and 2 I think are completely platformed. And I want to turn it over to her to talk about the self-confidence course for Black women and the relationship between that and vetting 101. Because people are telling you can't vet men. You can now. There's resources available. Stop playing. Auntie Love, let us know about these 3 wonderful courses.
Well, I think you probably have a much better like interaction of how you processed the
Okay.
self-confident Black woman course, because what I've run into over time is and I listen to Black women's evaluation of things and how it's presented, and how I presented something or whatever, and the 4 questions that are asked, that I ask, and I take you throughout these different exercises, and I give you a bunch of tools in order to for yourself answer these 4 questions. I think you, Auntie D, have a better perspective as you know, I'm merely a guide. I mean, I understand the gravity of what I put together all of these years. It comes from a process I developed called agape intelligence. And it within us, I believe, as like I've said, 70 to 85% of us who what I consider goddess born. The other ones of us as Black women, we either were born like my mother, um, without a soul because she was a psychopath, or like my father who was bereft of it over time and drug use or whatever, as a sociopath, which would explain why, um, in part, when you guys hear me say I am a monster, because one, I took a very different type set of, I told you, it came from FBI and um, uh, instructor, some of them. Okay. And so what they were looking at is not what normal psychology classes look at. Um, I mean, I had to take the regular psychology, which is what I assume like Cynthia G is talking about. Like maybe she has an AA degree or a regular psychology class. But those women that I know who are teachers who got their bachelor's in psychology, they got their teaching credentials, they got their AA in child development, but then they got their bachelor's in psychology, some of my friends. And when I took these courses in Indiana, um, uh, I had already been through the basics of psychology classes, right? I already finished all of that. So, I mean, like abnormal psychology, general psychology, child psychology, blah, blah, blah. What the next level over there, though, they had us taking stuff like psychology of DNA. They had us taking psychology in different ways. None of the friends that I had who had bachelors in psychology, or they were going through and getting their bachelors in psychology, they're like, I don't know why what classes are you? What is that? Right? But we all know the FBI and NSA and CI, the 3-letter places. Okay, and they like the sociology part that we had to do. They were actually looking at, let's say we did, there one of my classes was religion. I was like, okay, easy peasy, religion. I've done this before, no problem, hey, whatever. I'm well versed in it even up to this point, even though I'm a heretical heretic, right? So that we were not looking at like the everyday religion, okay, Buddhism or any monotheistic, meaning Christianity, Judaism, or Muslim, and or different offsets. Okay, they had us looking at cults, how they're designed, how you use them, and how you in part of power is your ability to influence, how you influence. And what if they were teaching us insight? Part of the psychology classes was how you hold your body, how the other person holds their body, because they have what they call wizards, and we had to study that too. Uh, um, who are able to go in and work with, you know, um, people that they profiled and get them to answer questions. Give them they can read their body language. And so we were taught the basics, right? Reading body language, establishing what is that person's baseline. These are things you'll learn in that, in the self confidence, but it's all in an effort to help you get to answering specifically the first two questions that I have is, who are you and what do you want? Because we have been taught through operant and classical conditioning. Um, in other words, classical conditioning, you'll know as soon as I say it, like that Pavlovian dog theory. You pair a like the sound of a bell to every time you feed a dog, and so you ring the bell, they have food. You ring the bell, they have food. You ring the bell, they have food. Their natural instinct is to eat the food. So the next time you ring the bell, there's no food, but they come running hungry. You see what I'm saying? So when you get far deeper into psychology and how the brain works and the things that you can't see that's going on in somebody else's ability to process or any of those things, some of these things are I cover in self-confidence, because I want you to be able to have the confidence to um, articulate who you are and what you want based on you, right? And what you decide you believe about yourself, not what other people's behavior has taught you about yourself, or what other people, including your family, have imprinted on you, right? So I find that a lot of Black women have told me that they feel like those questions are very hard, because who asks us that? Oh, people do ask us, what do you want to be when you grow up? And if we at 3-year-olds say a fireman, they are going to do nothing but buy us fire trucks and do all these things, okay, because then you'll be working for somebody else and you can center them and take care of them and heal them and put all your powers that we don't want you to know you have to use for our betterment. So the next two questions that come up, and I give my answer to those, that I put out last two is, do you think in or out of the box? And the last one is, actually the third one is, who's your competition? Okay. And then the last one is, do you think in or out of the box? So I'll let you kind of describe your experience, Auntie D, in that, and then I'll move on to vetting.
Okay. I took the self-confidence course for Black women. Has it been a year? Time has flown by very quickly.
It's been over a year since
It's
you
been over a
finished.
year. Yeah, it's been. Yeah, it has been, because it had to been. That's a whole different story. So yeah, it has been over a year. The thing
Yeah.
about this course is, how do I put this? If you are ready to sit down and listen to yourself and take the time to learn who you are so that you can understand I do not need to depend on all these people that hate me to survive. This is a course, and I can't think of anything else that's for Black women specifically, who have been the most told, at least in this country, that we are both dependent on and beholden to everyone else. This will help you sit down with yourself. It comes with some very nice surprises along the way, but those are proprietary. You need to go ahead and invest. But in being able to answer the big four questions, and from what I understand, having talked to Auntie Love, this is actually where people bonk. The whole idea about who are you and what do you want and who is your competition. You may not realize that in a patriarchy, you're being made to compete with everything for everyone for what? You may never have sat down to answer that question. Why are you in competition when all of nature collaborates? Well, I mean, there's competition between males for mate, but whole vast systems are working together in perfect harmony. Why are you being forced to compete with another Black woman because she has this, or she has that, or she has that? Who's your competition for real? Is there even another you? So those two, um, do you see yourself as in the box or out of the box? Is there a box? That can be very painful because you have to then realize you may butt your head up against something for the first time. Something else in the course that it helps you do is that we have things that are lower limiting behaviors, but also upper limiting behaviors. And these are behaviors that we do because we're becoming very afraid that we're going to outshine or outreach someone else. And we think we need this person's approval. We think we need this person's support. And if we make them, we're responsible for these other grown folk people. But we're not always aware of these. Also, there are things in this course about standards and boundaries. And something that helped me to make sense of what I was seeing 27 months ago. And Angela, you'll correct me if this is wrong. One incident it's just an incident. One thing that happens, people's behavior. One thing that happens that you see happening can be just an incident. Two can be a coincidence, but three is a behavior. This is how I can sit there after 27 months of behaviors and know this is 27 months of repeated types of incidents. This is a behavior for certain people. When you begin to look around at people and you begin to kind of notice, this helps to change your life because you really start looking at people like, okay, you did something dumb. I'm gonna watch. Maybe you had off. Okay, wait a minute now. This happened twice. Okay, could be a coincidence. I could have caught you on 2 off days. 3, no, this is what you do. And it's what you're going to continue to do because you want to do it. Never mind the reasons that you want to do it. This is your choice. And yes, there may be trauma. There may be all kind of things driving this person's behavior, but relative to you, where does that relate to your standards, your boundaries, and your consequences that you get a right to have? And you get opportunities in this course to work on setting these things up for yourself. For some people, the first time. Now, I will tell you this. If you do not want to encounter yourself and the responsibility you have for the power that you have, this is a tough course to take. It was a little bit easier for me because my shoulders already carry so much. So I needed more tools to assist me in being able to do. And also, and Auntie Love, I'm going to thank you publicly for a situation I'm not going to explain. Also, because I am an empath, and unless I set extremely strong boundaries, Auntie Love has helped me get out of a situation, a Black woman whom I very much loved, and also was on this whole kick of uh, being a white woman, her thinking toward other people was also kind of lost in the sauce. And it's very difficult for me to watch this over this. It's very difficult for me to watch Black people be overtaken with this. But now I understand that 15 to 30% is not overtaken. That's just, it is what it is. But in being able to sit down and realize, okay, this is how I want to be treated. I can refuse to put up with anything else. And so now I have the responsibility. Because when you're a powerful person, that comes with responsibility. So if you are ready to check into the power that you have in your environment and your influence in your environment, and having the confidence to not have to be dependent on all sorts of people around you, or if you're someone like me who is very empathic, who is very serious in my faith, but still is in the noise that everybody else is, as being trained as a Black woman who is very much involved in the service of others. If you're either one of those things, because you can be either one, this course will be helpful to you. Caveat: when you are ready, it is available when you are ready. If you just want to tiptoe through the tulips and just get something and go running back to doing the same stuff you were doing before, you're gonna pay a goodly deal of money. You're gonna bend the knee and pay her what she asked for, and you're gonna be frustrated because this isn't that kind of thing that you just kind of run through the material. No, you're gonna have to confront you, and you're gonna have to build up you. So take yourself seriously, because if you don't, yeah, this course is going to show you that you don't. And someone had the temerity to suggest that Auntie Love should do a version of this course for Black men who was in the course at the time. I'm like, okay, you didn't get the part that this is for you to work on, not for you to try to put for somebody else. No, this is for you. Kind of skip past that part. This isn't for everyone else, Black women. This is for us. If you don't think Black women are worth it, don't go over there. Keep your money. Don't go over there. And whatever you do, don't say that to your teacher. Don't do it. But if you're ready, this is a wonderful course to allow you to examine the patterns, behaviors, the hopes and dreams you may never have given yourself permission to utter, and really figure out who are you and what do you want. And that you may not need to be competing, and there may not even be a box. There's wonderful things to find out, but you do have to invest the work.
Yeah, I thank you so much, Auntie D. Thank you so much for that. Because I didn't want to be too technical about it. I wanted people to hear it from your perspective. Even though, you're very technical too, but you know what I'm saying? Like, your experience, your perspective. And I take the course myself every year, partially because I'm upgrading it, but partially I need it myself, because the first two questions change as you evolve, as you grow, or in my case, sometimes devolve. But one thing is clear is that I want you to be able to embrace your whole most authentic self. And that was my goal with my daughter from very young, was to obtain the tools to be able to love her properly, to be able to hold her sacred, protected, and uplifted, to be able to understand all the forces against her, hold them back, and then and give her the love that she needed based on who she was and is by temperament, her behaviors, and things like that. She had to be accountable and responsible for the part she played in a thing, but she and some of her friends too, who I adopted, got some of this same exact cultivation. And I can tell you, for her, what it does is it means that it is innate in her now to look at what we're doing. What I call it is listening to people's behaviors. Okay. Because we're taught to listen to people words, and we're constantly bombarded with things like, oh, people are good, and oh, you should give them the benefit of the doubt. I still don't know what that means. And oh, you know, people are innocent until proven guilty. Well, certain people, okay, usually with penises or of a certain non-melanated state, okay, but this idea of that you are fighting over an illusion of scarcity and lack is only that, and that people they have these boxes, and like one of those boxes is the violence and the literal hell that these people made just specifically to jack us, you know. To be able to say every year to myself, okay, who am I and what do I want? And to be able to go, okay, now how far have I come? So when I say I am a goddess-born warrior healer who is a natural empath, and I'm also an apex predator. I was given a code by my grandmother in particular to use what are monstrous behaviors against those who would harm the most vulnerable in our community. So as I'm listening to behaviors, I've learned, and she learned, she's even better at it than I am. Remember, I learned it she was cultivated into it, right? So she is able to mark someone's behavior, get a baseline, and if you take the class, you'll understand what that means. And then she will watch, or other words, listen to them behave. Okay. Like Auntie D said, the first time you do something, okay, maybe that's an incident. The second time, okay, maybe a coincidence. But the third time, that's a behavioral pattern. And that's not I want it. So what people do is they act on what they believe. Okay. So if you're constantly told to believe that people are basically good, and that um, they deserve praise, and the golden rule of treat somebody like you would want to be treated. Let me hold y'all all still right there, because this is in the course. Girl, I don't want to be treated like somebody else wants to be treated. I'm going to tell you exactly how I'm going to be treated, and you are going to behave that other. You're not, just because you give a boundary doesn't mean people aren't going to cross it. They're going to behave badly because they already have bad behavioral patterns, right? So you simply saying to them, I don't like it when you yell at me, so don't do that, isn't going to change their behavioral patterns, because they are adults and they're making choices of their free will. But when you go through the class and you start and you work on developing, we work with you on developing boundaries, but we have to couple that with consequences, because the rest of these demographics, because they believe in a patriarchy, and they believe in scarcity, and they believe in contending with each other for scraps, that it's really not scraps, but they're led to believe that throughout their lives. Oh, we don't want immigrants. Oh, we don't like Haitians. Well, I look Haitian, Miss D look Haitian, Thyink look Haitian. Everybody black look Haitian. They ain't gonna be asking me either. They just that's gonna be carte blanche for them to unalive black people. They're not gonna be going, oh, are you Haitian? or not. That's not how they do it. Okay. So she understands their baseline. She can read their baseline in about 30 seconds to a minute. You ask general questions. Oh, how did I? And that's where people kind of, you see how their facial movements are and stuff. She detects that because she's been taught her entire life basically that. So all she does is step back and watch you behave. And she's gonna make choices on how she's going to deal with it when you cross a boundary that she gave you, because she's already covered whatever boundary she made in a particular case with the consequence that she is unafraid to deliver. So if I tell someone you don't get to yell at me like that, blah blah blah, but they continue to yell at me, that does not mean I'm inviting them to yell at me. That does not mean I'm okay with them to yell at me. But adult people make adult choices, and they often enough can choose to invite you, and you had nothing to do with it. That was their choice to that way. All you can do is respond. Well, most people are reactive. They don't realize. They don't have the tools to be able to slow their brain down for a second, just like we were doing in the check-in, because you're always being bombarded as a black woman, a black girl, and it's overwhelming. So I understand why some black women feel like, oh man, these questions are hard. They are, but it's about you. It's also making you center yourself. It's also making you embrace you. You know what I'm saying? Like, like I want you to really turn all of that compassion and love and care that we and all these other people who step on us and whatever to ourselves. We deserve that, right? So the first person that has to owe you sacred, protected, and uplifted is yourself. How do you do that if no one's ever helped you to develop self-esteem? You don't really know what self-confidence is just because somebody says, well, you need to be self-confident. Explain that. What are the steps to that? Will you get the steps in the self-confidence for Black women course? So um, you learn a lot of other things too about how to comfort yourself, how to build. I learned in the psychology courses that I took how to build rooms. When I was a director, nursing director in back office for 15 clinics, at my office had these really plush chairs, and one of them I got because they were going to throw it away at one of the clinics, the women's OB clinic that I was on. So I was like, put that in my office, like soft blankets, muted lighting. So when people would come in, because I would do one-to-ones, especially with the people that I found to be um, quiet leaders, or they were loud leaders, but they didn't have that authority. I would work with them so they get to a place where they were in authority, as well as using their skills and all of that. But I also was my direct, what we call direct reports. You know, the supervisors reported to me. So I did one-to-ones with them where they got to spend an hour or two in that soft plush chair with the fountain running, and they could pick a blanket and they could sit back, and before you know it, girl, they was telling the whole thing, everything, because I just said, let's figure out what we need to do. And then I want to better I can serve you, and because I want to make sure I'm giving you, you know, the support you need, the tools you need, the everything that you need to do your work. And if you need time off, please, girl, you gonna get time off. Because I don't play this game, girl. You ain't even have, don't tell me nothing. Just go, girl, I need time off. You got it. Okay? Because you need your mental health. So in those chairs, me being setting up the environment the way I did, they didn't know that what happened was they felt so relaxed and so great. Girl, I knew everything. I knew everything. And I did that once a month with the 24 people that were my direct reports. And then the people who reported to the report to them, the ones who I talked to, their supervisor that reported directly to me, and if they were okay with me doing some leadership training with the people I described before, that's what we would do. So this gives you the ability to affect your environment on purpose, because most people are reacting. You're going to learn how to respond. You're going to learn how to put boundaries, set up boundaries, one boundary at a time, plus your plus the consequences. So if I tell you, so you yelling at me, that's not going to ever happen again. Okay, all right. Of course they're going to do it again, because it's a behavioral pattern. I watched them do it to all these other people, and I knew I wasn't exempt from their behavior. So I couldn't wait. Oh, do it again, because I'm taking it up to the consequence, girl. Because I don't want you ever speaking to me. I can't stand y'all. Shut up. Go sit your ass down out of my eyesight. Please do not walk up on me. Please do not pass me in the hallway and say hello. Just keep it fucking moving, okay? So I'm just waiting for this. Great. So she's definitely gonna do that shit again. As soon as she do, I'm gonna go in there with her and whoever, you know, I'm gonna go, okay, so you don't get to speak to me anymore. You're not safe. You're not safe. And you know what? You know what she's gonna do? That person, she's going to interrupt me. The first thing I do is I sit there and I let her talk. Okay? Blah 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 blah. Girl, that ain't professional. That's personal. You just a hater. If it's personal, you just hate, bitch. Okay, but God, say all that. Go ahead. I'm just sitting there writing. It looks like I'm writing it down. I'm not. I'm just, doodling or something. Stuff in code and stuff they can never know. Oh, can we see what you're writing? Sure. They don't know what it's saying because I'm using logic symbols that I learned over there at Indiana University in Bloomington, where I got my bachelor's. Yeah. So I'm watching. So I know what you're gonna do because this is what you do. So I'm just listening. They're gonna say all kinds of incendiary stuff. No, go ahead, say all of it, girl. Get it all out. Okay. So when I'm sitting there and they're okay, you done? I mean, I just want to make sure that you got it. Yeah, I always let them go first. So I said, okay. So I understand everything you're saying, and you no longer get to speak with me. I explained to you one-to-one that your behavior was untenable. And so from here on out, you don't have to email, send the smoke signal. I don't know, but do not approach me and do not speak to me. You are unsafe for me. I'm not unsafe. It's blah, 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 blah. Okay. So I just let them go. That's going to be the first time. Okay. Because they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Oh, no. They got to come back. They got to overtalk you. They got to do all of that shit. So I just look at them. I look at the other person in the room, supposed to be a supervisor, whatever. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So when they take their breath and they're like, now, so I'm just telling you, blah, 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 because they cut me off. Let me tell you something. Go ahead. When you done this first time after cutting me off, okay. See, what you did was I already predicted your behavior. I just needed you to behave in front of your supervisor. I knew you would because you can't stand it. This is what you know how to do, be violent. Let me let you be violent. Gone right here in front of everybody. Everybody. Go ahead, Hooker. Oh, and so for that, also, not only do you not get to speak to me ever again, oh, but blah blah blah. Let me stop you right there. Ma'am, you need to deal with this girl, this young lady, because you see how she's so violent that she can't stand it when I even speak. She interrupted me several times. Did you see me interrupt her? Did you hear me interrupt her? Any of the incendiary things she said, did you see me do any of that? No. Okay. So she's unsafe, she's volatile, and she does not get to be in a environment with me. I'm not coming to meetings because she's there. Because she's never doing this with me again. She's sitting right here in front of you and she's doing it. What's she gonna do any other time? I don't know. She could hit me over the head. She doesn't know how to control herself. And that's okay. But she won't be doing that with me. Okay, so it's so good to see both of y'all, but not you, because we're never speaking. But email your supervisor. She can let me know what you talk about or whatever. And it's great. Great. This was great. And goodbye. This is over. We're done. Okay, have a great one or not. And I walk out. And the next time you speak to me, we're gonna have a private moment, allegedly in the parking lot on these streets. Huh? Not in front of ring cameras either. So you see what y'all will learn and how you'll be able to use this for your own sake. Okay. Now the vetting class, there's two parts, and this came from Auntie D because she went through it. And she was like, "Girl, if you don't break this down, girl, this is great, but it's so much." And this is stuff they need. Oh my God. So I did. I put it in the two parts, and it's just gonna build and build and build. And what you're gonna find out is in the first part, you really, really need that. You really need to take the self-confidence course so we're on the same page together, okay? And then you take the vetting course. You do know how to vet Black women. It's just we do it after the fact. Okay? We do it after we've been lied to, violated, and all this other shit. Okay? Then we find out everything we ever didn't want to know about a Negro pig. Isn't that the truth? We start. You know what I'm saying? So it's not true that we don't know how to vet. It's we are purposefully not given the tools to vet. And it's also not true. Well, the FBI don't even know how to vet. Yes, they do. The FBI, CIA, NSA, all of the three-letter places know how to vet. They're just not vetting for the same thing you are. They're vetting the CIA in particular, and they're vetting for people who know how to kill. Some of them, they're vetting for people who realize there really is no box, and they can gather information and all this intel and not have a problem turning that back around and destabilizing a whole other region. That's what they're vetting for. You, on the other hand, are more important than you. Black women are vetting so that you understand who this person is based on listening to their behaviors over a period of time. They don't get to date you. They have to work, they have to be an applicant first. Just like a job. You got to be an applicant to get on my team. Okay. So you applicant, then if you meet certain standards and your behavior matches up to get you so far, then you become a candidate. Okay. Then if you meet some more stuff, and we also go through not just social media checks and seeing who they talk to, who they in association with, and all of that, and backing up and seeing things and this and that, but also you get how to run county checks. How do you ask somebody, so where did you grow up? Oh my gosh, tell me all about it. Oh, what was that like? Now, see, they have a baseline behavior. That's something they don't need to lie about, they feel. So that for the most part, most people are going to tell you where they grew up. You know, oh, I grew up in this town and blah, blah, blah. You need to know that. Not because you really need to know that because they still just an applicant or something, but you need to know that so that you could go back and check that against the county records in that county they were talking about, where they grew up. That's what I did about my husband. I knew about his daddy, his mama, him, his people, all that shit before he ever met my children. What the hell? Blood samples, all type of shit. Okay, I don't have this thing. So that's what it's going to help you do. Then I take you to a third step where you get to have resources that the FBI actually does use. Because they use some of these colleges like Indiana University or Yale or places like that to recruit. And they use the students to write up these different levels of doing an in-depth security check on someone, and you're going to get exactly some of what they use. That's all I'm saying. So that's a part of it, right? But the huge thing is first you have to know who you are and what you want. You have to recognize that you're not in competition. No one's in, they don't get to be, okay, they may think they're in competition with you and they get to think whatever they want. However, I don't have any competition. That's my answer. Other than trying to be better than I was the day before. Sometimes I don't make that height. Okay? I'm not a good person. If anybody ever told you I was, they lied to you. Okay? I am not a good person. Some people experience me as a quote unquote good person who shows compassion, kindness. Okay, all children do. Most Black women, Black Indigenous women, girls do. Most Black LGBTQ do. Most disabled do, because I fight for the most vulnerable in our community, right? But so let's say it's a crossroad. Oh, she got nothing but me check my humanity like that on her tail. That's all she got coming. Because she is a direct violent threat against Black women, Black girls, and children in general, really, including her own. So you start to see how, the very things that people tell us we should just know, where are we going to know that from? If nobody took the time to specialize it just for Black women, isn't it time somebody specialize these things just for us? So I took all the stuff I ever knew and learned and keep learning, and I put it together for you. That's how I developed standards. These are things I used over years, to protect my own children from the bad behaviors of white teachers, let's say, white women teachers. because they're 84% of the teachers. They don't like us. So they're going to do some dastardly shit to our kids. That's a given. But what I say, don't fuck around and find out. You're going to find out first. Because I'm coming through it. And I've heard from teachers or administrators, oh, well, because they protect the bully. In a patriarchy, you protect the bully. You protect the abuser. Not us. I'm talking about the people in charge want the abuser like Diddy to be able to get away with it. They co-sign their bad behavior because they're doing even worse to children and women globally. So they're telling you, well, you need a man to protect you. Oh, another man? Got it. No. Actually, I'm quite physically capable of protecting myself. And I take that very seriously, And I want that for us because you deserve it. You Black women, you deserve it. Okay? They are throwing everything and half at you that they can. It's time we had our own and we developed infrastructure, including that's one thing we've forgotten. We didn't include our own militia, our own intelligence services, our own warriors, our own soldiers. We didn't include that over the last, generally over the last, like, let's say, 600 or 700 years.
Yeah,
okay? There are a few that they mention, but there's really much more than that over the last 1,000 years and before that as Black women. The Agoge is just one group who had their own military. When you're dealing with a bunch of people who their primary language is violence, then they don't understand. They don't really understand compassion, or they're not born empaths. Being born an empath, as 70 to 85% of Black women are, it's not what they talk about empathy. Empathy is a learned behavior. An empath is born. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have the connectivity, they don't have the blueprint to be born that way. And they're very young in society. So as a human species. So you start to see all of these things, that all of these things come together between where we are right now and what we're talking about now, and the different things that we deserve some people to give to us. And there are a lot of Black women scholars, and I try to make sure I introduce you to different ones. Like there's this great woman named who has this book called Seizing the Crypto Bull Run. I'm just saying. And then there's this
I didn't even see that coming.
there's this other incredible woman, and she wrote this book called Level Up Single Mom. And both of them have platforms, and they're very they have different powers. Some of their powers are similar to one another, some of their powers are different, and they bring such a great thing to the consciousness of Black women and Black girls. I think one of the problems is we're so into the upper limiting behavior and the distractions because we go through so much, that shows like Noir, Aunties maybe don't get the type of hits that, of course not, because we're not doing salacious stuff and we coming up with solutions. And who wants to hear about solutions? God. So yeah. I have tried to make sure that I'm constantly in study, and I'm growing myself so that I can give you my best um, in centering all of you, because I know who y'all I know what y'all you don't have a box. Okay, you don't have a box, and you don't have any competition outside of yourself, and you get to be flawed, and you get to make mistakes. We learn from our mistakes. If we're not making mistakes, we're not really learning, and we build and grow from our successes. So we each fail sometimes. It's okay. We get to embrace ourselves. You also learn that how I turned fear and doubt um, into uh, being useful to me, not not me being um, not me being led by them and fear and doubt. I also decided that blame and shame and guilt um, are not anything that I'm interested in. So when people try to shame me into something, for instance, I give you an example. One of my cousins, she's like, oh, send a card to so and so, and if you don't, that's why you're missing your blessings. Some other shit, look, girl. Don't tell me what to do. First of all, that's number one. You don't know what my relationship is with that person. Okay. You don't know what I've done for them or what they've done for me or not done for me. And I haven't done for them. Um, the way you see things, you should do that. But you don't get to tell me that if I don't do that, I'm not getting blessings. I don't know blessings from where. What are you talking about? Get the hell out of here, girl. I done told you I'm grown. You gonna put my husband's last name after mine again. And you want me to send another card on video? Because I know you didn't send this shit to me. My last name is what's important around here. The fuck? So I understand that it comes from, my cousins are church, a lot of them. So I understand it comes from where it comes from. I grew up with them like siblings, and you don't get to do any of that shit. I don't care. But don't you think? No, I don't. So, so did you just try to guilt me or shame me? Because that's hilarious. I don't feel it. I don't. I'm choosing not to feel guilt, shame, or blame. I take accountability and responsibility for what I do or don't do, and blame, shield, shame, and guilt. Did you just try to guilt me? That's gonna kill you. Look at you. Oh, freaking bad as shit. Yeah, fuck you. Now do that shit again. See what happens. I dare you. That's what our grandmother used to say. Try me. I dare you. We never took that dare. Girl, I won't do it today. She ain't, she ain't, she ain't making me go get a switch from beyond the grave. That's out of the question, okay? Because I'm not doing it. Okay? I do it. Whatever it is, jacked up, that my grandma would have said, oh, try me. I dare you. No. Nope. It's not happening. Not today. Didn't happen then. And it didn't happen when you were growing up with us either. Who questioned? Mother, my grandmother. Okay, they didn't. Now they call me mother, right? I'm just a different iteration in my time and what I'm supposed to bring. But I can tell you, she was powerful, you know? And I want us to be able to embrace that. I want us to be able to embrace fully who we are, and who we decide we want to be, and our evolutions, and when we need help. I want us to embrace that. So that's what this is for. And your security is of the utmost importance to me. That's why people don't get to just walk up on you, and they don't get not in my realm. They don't. That's why I should be giving you everything I know that you could use or choose not to, or you could individualize or whatever. Because if I'm not, then what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm just talking. I'm not really doing anything. And that's some bullshit. That's not okay. You shouldn't have to start from scratch like a lot of us had to. Okay? So I love y'all.
We are your extended kinship network. Some Black women may come to this live not knowing who nearby, because the ideas that we have debunked today are unfortunately very common. I should say a word about my own book, Season the Crypto Bull Run for Financial Freedom. Bitcoin is more important than you think. So let's look at it in the context of this discussion. Bitcoin trades to most currencies around the world. And it's not regulated by every bank in most places in the world. So once you understand crypto and how to make money in its cycle, you can make money. You can literally get up tomorrow, leave, go find the exchange in your new country, sell your Bitcoin, and have what you need to live there. And once you have the skill, you have it. You don't have to open a bank account. You don't have to pass a credit check. And Bitcoin is the big sibling, we shall say for the purpose of this discussion, the big sister of several other good currencies that are available. My book teaches you how to assess these so you don't get caught up in scams. There's scammers everywhere. There are other things called cyclical assets. And these are things that every year do certain things at the same time. By observation, I'm not a financial advisor, but I just noticed that people buy a lot of chocolate between Halloween and Easter. So if you were going to invest in chocolate stocks, observation says it's October the 12th. Okay, there's a cycle. There's a pattern of behavior to tie this in with Auntie Love's courses. Once you learn how to understand patterns of behaviors in human beings, I actually started writing Season Crypto Bull Run while I was in the same journal that I was doing Auntie Love's course. While you are learning patterns of behaviors in human beings, you may begin to notice patterns in other things that may benefit you. The point here in this context, if you don't feel like you have resources, we'll go back to, well, why didn't she just leave? Well, if you don't have another job lined up, how are you going to eat? If you don't know anything but a job, meaning you have to physically show up somewhere, even if you work at home, you need to stay home. If you're living in a situation where someone can just smash your computer and you don't have any resources, what are you going to do? Your crypto, you can put on a thumb drive, you can keep it in your raw if you need to. You literally can do that. More options. I should also mention that the Exodus Summit is going on this week. Stephanie Perry, Rashida Dow, and we work with her. If you go over on Facebook, now they have very strict controls. If you're not a Black woman listening to this, forget it. But they're actually doing the Exodus Summit this week, and there'll be content from the summit coming out over the next several months. And I think you can still have an option to pay for the replay if you can't get it this week. So understand that we want you, as your extended kinship network, if you are help seeking and people around you help seeking, how do you solve the real problems that it takes to escape abuse? How do you find the confidence in yourself to believe you can do it despite what the abuser is telling you? How do you find the resources to be able to survive if the only option you have is take yourself and your children to somewhere totally new? Not any one person has the answer to all of this, but Auntie Love and I have done our best today. Yeah, we had to break down the ideas. We also wanted to present you with a spectrum of skills, both self-regulation for your nervous system, down to courses that you can take to build yourself up, plus reading material. Level Up Single Mom has a tremendous book, Level Up, How Single Mothers Regain Their Dignity. She also was at a seminar today. If you go over to her channel, she has a beautiful video called I See You Self-Actualizing. That's fresh up today. We just can't be in two places at once. But she's got wonderful content to assist you in your journey. There are other people who came through our chat. True Mystique has 2 wonderful channels. And also, if you need a prompt engineer, you need an AI certified prompt engineer and a cover designer. The reason my book looks good. Okay, now like I'm gonna be able to present y'all like this is gonna actually work, but I'm trying. Let me tell you something. True Mystique was in our chat today.
Mhm.
And let me see if I can get this thing to present.
Frankly,
Thank you. There
Wait
you
a
go.
minute. Okay.
Thank you. There you go.
can you
Why
see
is
it
that?
though?
Yes,
I
we can see it.
to see that bestseller. Can we see
Yeah,
bestseller?
bestseller.
Okay,
So
I need
one of the reasons that my book
to see
has a
this.
best-selling cover is because True Mystique took both her skills and combined them. There ain't nobody else got something like that. No, for real though. So we have Black women around us and in management. And while I'm not, because everybody has self-body autonomy, and I'm gonna be checking to see who comes on next time Themis has a show. I'm gonna be running over there to see if anybody who was here goes over there. I am not. Because why? You have choices. And again, if you choose to return, it is not because you want to be messed over. It is because you're looking for something that you feel you need there. And what we're saying to you is, here are some resources and some references to more nourishing places and channels and resources that may help you to solve some of those issues that you have. Because Black women are looking for solutions. It's what we do. There's very few problems in all of history that Black women have. I don't actually, according across all history, there's probably not a problem, at least in its original form, that a Black woman did not have to solve. And to a certain extent, in the United States of America, we still didn't. We're looking for ways to find solutions. We hope that we have presented you in a kind and caring way. Yeah, it got hard up in here. Fair enough. It was rough, and we said it was going to be, but we hope that you're centering yourself and hydrating and care about you. Do what you do. Take care of you. That's the main thing. We've had people this week that had to take some days and just be like, it's been rough. It often is.
Yes.
But we hope that this live presents you resources. And yeah, it wasn't meant to be safe for everybody. But hey, even if at some point down the road, Cynthia G were to, like Auntie Love said, she was under attack in these other demographics. If anybody, she had a child who was under attack in these other demographics, all this is for her too. She's still a Black woman. We don't want to see any of our sisters lost unless they really decide to do that. But see, that's the thing that Auntie Love taught me how to say in that Latin. Let me see if I can get it right. Nos damnare nostrum.
Yes.
We damn ourselves sometimes. We damn ourselves,
Yes.
what that means. But we don't want you. And of course, me being the Christian of these two, absolutely. Some of us use the word redemption from time to time. Others of us don't. It's like I tell people, I warn you, she's the consequence. Like if you don't get it from me, then you gonna go over there and try that. I'm trying. She's not even talking about F around and find out stuff, but just find out. We want to see Black women healthy, whole, healed, even if at some point, because that other F word that I believe in as a Christian is what? Forgiveness. But before you can get to forgiveness, you got to take responsibility for your bad behavior. And sometimes you done messed it up so bad, it's too late. You got to deal with all that comes with this. There's certain things you can do that you can't see. Themis, Cynthia, the Auntie Love and I, we talking right now. We don't have any evidence that a Black woman has actually been hurt yet. Like physically put in danger by October 4th yet. We don't have any evidence of that nature. Because see, at that point, it's not a conversation anymore. Right now, it's a conversation, meaning nothing has happened that people cannot go back, listen, look at it, and be like, you know what? I need to plot a new course. So y'all go ahead, as far as you plotting a good course, go ahead and pay Auntie Love for the self-confidence course. Stop getting in situations where your so-called friends have to pin you to a wall with a question you weren't ready for, and get you some vetting 101 for the next time. and pay Auntie Love to do it. Pay her real good. Get seasoned the crypto bull run so you don't have to be online trying to grift. And none of this is necessary. Y'all see my little 900 and you only have 925. Man, they don't even think it's that much. It's like 920 subscribers. Yeah. Baby, I don't need to have 20,000 subscribers to grift y'all. That's why, if I wanted to, I could. I don't need to get it off of other black women's back. I fear my maker too much for that. Ain't no way in the world. If God said, I'm going to send the whole human race to a black woman, y'all don't get me in trouble like that. From Auntie Love's side, you have the great black mother in the royal bloodline. This is not, no matter how you cut this down, messing with black women is not what you want to do if you want to do well in this earth. Well, it looks like Thomas Jefferson got away with it. The people lived in fear their entire lives. And we're going to tell you sometime about how George Washington got beat down by black women. On the judge. Y'all didn't hear about on the judge? Y'all didn't hear about how this 6'4" man. See, you think folks are getting away with stuff, but you just don't know. And see, when people had to live in terror, when the Second Amendment exists, but none of that is necessary if we will take the opportunity to use the resources that are available. And Auntie Love and I are providing ways so that if you are help seeking, please look in the description of the video so that you can find ways to get to the resources that you need to be able to make the changes that you need to make so you don't have to spend as much time to go places to try to get a little piece of it and then have to put up with being talked to in any kind of way in the meantime. That's not necessary.
Yeah, because one of the things we talk about a lot, and I'm very much about this for Black women and Black girls. You need to be paid for your gifts, abilities, talents, skills, experience, wisdom, knowledge, understanding, ability to heal, ability as empaths, ability to create trends of all kinds, and especially the way that Black women and Black girls are able to, because we are so powerful, I consider us the most powerful elemental that we know of on this planet. And that includes the other four, water, air, and, the earth, all that. We are preternatural elemental beings. And in one way, when people describe us or they try to tell us, in different ways that we're not human, so we don't deserve good treatment. In part, they're right about one part. We're not just human. We're far more than that, and y'all all know it. That's why if we're so bad, if we're so disgusting, if we're so wrong for walking around in the bodies of Black women, that's our crime to you. Then why do you keep coming to the very people you say are nothing to solve your problems, to answer your prayers, or for you to gain access to the powers that you're trying to convince us we don't have? So you deserve to monetize how you see fit your abilities, talents, and skills. That doesn't mean that you get to weaponize religion or systems or weapons of whiteness or colorization or any of those things against other Black women, Black girls, Indigenous women, Indigenous girls. That's not what it means. It means that you deserve to be held sacred, protected, and uplifted, and you matter, and you're important, and you ought to be the only one who decides how you're going to monetize yourself, kind of your own thing. So the fact that Cynthia G or Demus or whoever writes a book, and well, if you spend that kind of energy, like I don't know this young lady any better really than, I kind of, I know of her, heard a few things, but I don't really pay, it's not that kind of thing. Princella, is that her name, Princella?
The Queen Maker, yeah.
Okay, so she's written, I don't know if she's written one or two books, but she should be paid for the work that she does. That does not mean that she gets to close that book and beat Black women over the head with it. You see the difference? So I just want to make sure, that we understand we other people don't get to tell us what our value is. We tell them what they're going to do and how they're going to get down with us. And one of the main things that we can do, you don't have to be warrior born. Some of us are just here or simply healer born. It's not simple, but complicatedly healer born. Some of us are builder born. Some of us are community grassroots activist born. We come with different powers and abilities. And no one should get to monetize that but us, right? But why would we even know that much when everybody's trying to convince us that we're nothing and we're no one, and we deserve to be treated violently for just coming out of our car to go to a store or pump gas, or telling someone, no, I don't want that for me. That doesn't mean that they get to violate us. So I hope that we gain something, and as Auntie D said, at the Baron, I hope that you've already taken some selfful time and checked in with yourself. I don't want this to be too much for you. But you get to feel the way that you feel, and I want you to be compassionate, loving, and caring and kind to you. And make sure that you are comforting yourself, that you are resting, that you are getting hydration, that you are on purpose doing things that are fun and enjoyable for you, because some of this shit is just way too heavy. I understand that, and I don't want anyone stressed. I know this was hard. But we needed to do it, I feel.
Some things have to be answered. Like I said, we're on a level where we're talking. Like I said, no Black woman has been pushed back into a life and death situation that we know about. And sometimes we have to address these things with very serious. It's not an unserious matter. It's a very serious matter, because everything begins with an idea. And so some ideas have to be checked hard before they're allowed to proliferate. And we're talking about ideas that keep Black women from seeking help. That's them not taking step one. And no one gets anywhere without taking the first step. So we had to come hard about that. But again, we recognize that this is not something that is theoretical for many of you. This is you reliving real situations. Auntie loved telling that story about the young lady and that little baby. Many of you who will hear this someday down in the replay land have stories of know who've been through. And if it's too much, we understand. But look, we would rather not have done this. This was a tough week. But we also knew, because I have a long history and can track and trace some of the things that have been better than some others. Auntie Love has access to major data and can teach us how to access major data so that we can know this is what we heard, this is what we need to hear, this is what we need to help our systems. The two of us combined have access to resources. It is not our intention to ever further the hurt, which is why we said repeatedly, if it is too much, we are sorry. You can come back and watch it. It's a 6-hour show. You can watch it in segments. If you can't, that's okay too. Neither of us need to build a massive platform on anybody's suffering. That's not what we need to do. We are here to address this major issue with the seriousness it deserves. And that it commands. We're not just talking about what Black people deserve. We're talking about what Black people command. The attention that it commands. Every Black woman and every Black child is of infinite value. We're not going to sit up here and say because some of them grow up to be a different gender. No, that's not what we're doing over here. As a Christian, every human soul is fearfully and wonderfully made. So we're not going to pretend that abusing any person, but we are Black people. And when we understand what we have done for the world, it is very serious that we understand that we command the best. We always have, just for other people, like Auntie Love says. The United States is the most prosperous country on earth. And if we do not live to see the world turn its back on the United States in the next 4 to 5 years, it will also be because of biracial Black women had to get up there and take care of it. So then how are we going to have these narratives about, because a whole lot of people going to be saying outside the United States, you went back to so-and-so, or well, then you deserve everything that's going to happen to you. So again, a Black woman is going to be expected to pick up, a biracial Black woman is going to be expected to pick up the ball and save the United States if that's what happens. So we cannot say we're going to punish Kamala, but at the same time, we need her to save our butt. Even at the highest level of Black women has ever been in history. Same conversation. You think those westernized Arab women are going to have any chance of a life if her opponent gets in there? So we're going to punish you, but at the same time, you need it. Same dive. That's the same dive. We want you to understand that's not all there is. And what we have done today is done what your kinship network should do. Help seeking. So that we gave you opportunities to have resources. Like Auntie Love said, she gave the young lady options. But because you are free, the choice is always yours. And neither of us, unless something comes to us, we're not going to go out there looking for anything. And if it comes over here, that's a whole different situation. But we want you to know you can find what you need. Please look in the description. We don't even need you to get in the comments and tell us anything. You don't need to tell anybody else. Go in the description. Get what you need. As far as I know, YouTube does do some shadow banning when people talk about serious things, Black people talk about serious things, but they'll be there. And you can come on either of our channels and ask us about the resources as well. Mm-hmm. Please know that we care about you. We have done a 6-hour show, and we've been trying to keep it within 2 to 3. And I'm not feeling great. And Auntie Love's got a whole household, and North Carolina was affected by Hurricane Helene, so that stuff. And she's got all these projects. We thought this was important enough to respond to and plot an alternative path. Please know as you go, and we're gonna 555 out on the way out. so you can leave relaxed and calm. We are your extended kinship network. And we love you.
I'm gonna give us a little bit of levity.
Okay, levity
Maybe,
is good.
maybe even instead of the breathing, because we did it again,
Okay, we did
which
it
is,
twice. Okay.
I think we can go back. I think everybody can go back, but I'm gonna give us a little bit of levity. I don't know how this happened. I'm supposed to be like help towns, right? And the training's not going well. Okay, it's just not going well. Are you supposed to be snuggling as a hellhound? I don't think so. Are we supposed to be,
A child failing as a hellhound.
this isn't working. How can I know that if I set you out there, you're gonna do what needs to be done? Are you just gonna lick the person? Are you gonna invite them in? We have strict rules now about who can come into hell now. Okay, we don't take queer crap. But see this? Do you see how hard this is to train? Look at him. Look at him. All he wants to do is snuggle. What happened here?
Is he milk drunk today?
He's not even milk drunk. He just, every time I try to train new hellhounds, this is what happens. I don't know how to get like this. I try to corrupt them. I do my damnedest. Okay? I told y'all I'm not a good person. So I'm doing my damnedest to try to corrupt this guy. And he just, can y'all tell I can't stand him? Like I really, this is just too damn much. I'm gonna have to hand over your training to somebody else. You can't be all sweet and come on. Go on, little boy. Lay down.
He was trying to get up there half that show.
Yeah, why you gotta lay on me? But why you gotta snuggle? You're not supposed to snuggle. You're a hell. You can't.
Cerberus has job security for the moment.
No, we had to let him go.
He wasn't up to standard either.
Yeah, he wasn't long in the teeth no more. He had to go. He had to go with the rest of with the crossroad demons and stuff. Y'all need to go to Baja.
You had to send in with Orpheus and them. Got you.
Yeah. So here I am again trying to train another group of hellhounds, and again it's not working out.
He's so cute. What is he? 3 months old? 4 months old? 5?
He's 4. I can't. You know, this is what happens when you help the Chihuahua mommy and you hand feed them yourself with milk, and you get these special things for them, and they all have to have soft blankets and all this other nonsense. I don't even know how we got here. I'm pretty sure this is it's not supposed to be like this though. I mean, bark already.
They can't transition after all that, huh?
Yeah, for the sake, what are you doing? Why are you licking people? Why are you snuggling people? What are you doing? This is not hellhound behavior. I'm just telling you. Can't with them anymore.
Your puppies are so cute. Those are some of my favorite videos, actually. Because they just out of pocket. They missing the whole point.
No, they're too much. Look at Level Cinema. They're just too much. We love you too, baby. We really do. Yeah, they're too much. So does somebody need some? Because really, this is too much. I separated myself from the other 2 that were born in this litter because, they love you. That's what we're here for. I can't.
the responsibilities that you and they. Never mind, I can't even get that out. I, I can't even get that out. That ain't. That's just the cuteness overload. It's just.
I feel it's unfair. I feel it's unfair. I do. I feel it's unfair. I just feel like it shouldn't be this hard to train a hellhound. It just shouldn't. You know? He's doing the complete opposite. So I don't know. It's not working out.
Well, there's probably a whole. Actually, you know what? This is not a bad idea. A whole want Aunties to be done on the care and feeding of hellhounds. That is finding channels that are, as human beings, we have a need to see cute beings, to find a safe place to laugh and play like all of them. There's probably a whole show to be done starring this. I mean, he's failing as hellhound, but
It's sad. It's just sad. It's so sad. I'm telling you, y'all don't know how hard I tried to correct my children too. Y'all don't know how dare they turn out to be compassionate and kind people. After all the hard work I put in as half monster. Damn it. I just don't know. Dang it. But you know, I really do feel like, you know, you deserve to have loving relationships as Black women. You deserve for them to be healthy as possible. And we deserve that space to do that, right? Um, okay, yes, I did bottle feed them. Fine. Okay. Yes, I did deliver them. Okay, great. What's y'all's point? I don't get it. Yes, I gave them their shots. Yes, other people didn't get to do all this with them. Yes, I did buy them special blankets. They need softness. Hello. Hello. Okay. But you know, what are you gonna do? I don't know. So they're unreasonable.
It's a high class
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. This is really hard. I've tried it all. Tried it all. This is what happens when you give compassion and kindness to yourself, and then it easily just spreads out to other people without effort, you know, without you having to expend, you know, painful energy to do it. So you know, I don't know. I don't know, but I'm glad we were able to have this discussion. You know, I love y'all, and just really take your time with this. If you're coming in later or you're sharing this this live, take your time with it. Break it up. You know, if you want to share it with, you know, friends of yours, please do remind them that there's trigger warnings and we have information for you if you are in immediate need, you know, or non-immediate need. Like I want you to center yourself, and I want you to all that compassion and love and caring that you do for all of these other people, Black women. I really need you to take it and apply it to you. Okay. You're important and you matter, and you definitely matter to us. So I thank you for being here. I apologize if this was hard and triggering. Um, thank you so much. I love y'all.
thank you for coming on this journey, one and all, with us. A little tip for those of you who may be breaking this down for resources: the first hour, the last hour is almost all discussing resources. It just happened to fall out like that. So if you are knowing that you're not feeling up for the hard middle part, I've just told you. Look at hour 1 to about 1:15-ish. And down there, still, we had to address the issues early, but there's mostly resources in there. And in the last hour, we spent a lot of time discussing different resources that Auntie Love and I have. So you don't have to go through it linearly. Go through it in a way that makes sense to you. If you wanted to hear specifically what we had to say about the Mississippi, you're probably going to want to start somewhere around hour 3-ish. I don't have all the timestamps perfectly in my head, but break it up the way it works for you so that you don't have to feel. One of the reasons we do an agenda is because we kind of know what order things come in, so that if we do have stuff that's rough, we can kind of, and actually, this is a thought, we might be able to do these kind of sandwich things, because I'm sure no matter how the election goes, we're going to have some more conversations like this. But the sandwich may be a useful way so that people can come and get what they need, and then not have to, if you don't want to go through the hard middle, you don't have to. You come get it on a level that is low enough on the trigger scale so you don't have to be afraid of, I need this information, but I don't know if I can sit through that. Maybe that's something we'll discuss this offline. Thank you everyone for being here.
To me.
Yeah, thank you one and all. This was rough. For those of you in our shared community.
I'm sorry, honey.
Oh no, go ahead.
I do want to make sure that for those of you who are watching this later and you're commenting, if there are out there Black women who are anti-Black woman, Black girl, I caution you, don't come here after any of the Black women commenting. This was already triggering. I'm not going to put up with it. And there will be no attacks against them. There won't be. That's not going to go well. So, I could care less if people, because I know some of these people have a history of doxing people, whatever. You put my family in some crosshairs, girl, this ain't gonna go well. You put any other Black woman's children in some crosshairs, including you can't do that to Cynthia, you can't do that to Priscilla, you can't do that to any Black woman that I'm gonna get with. You're never doing that. You're not speaking their children's names. You ain't going after them. You ain't setting them up. You ain't doing none of that shit. Okay? Because they are to be held sacred, protected, and uplifted. So that's not happening. We address behaviors. You're not going to do that to Black women, other Black women, whether you disagree with them or not. Okay? Because I would give my life for I don't know who if these young ladies, whether they have children or not, whatever, but my thing is I would give my life for their children. I don't make a distinction there. I don't have to like whoever it is or get with or agree with them or any of that. But their children, they're sacrosanct, and I will not tolerate that shit. Okay? So we've already addressed all of these things, and that's that. So we love you, and we are saying good night. Get you some rest. Hydrate, girl.
Yeah. We appreciate this water. You breathe. We'll see you next time.
Yep. I want you to do some planned laughing. I want you to do some planned selffulness. Okay? Thank you all so much. We love you. Good night.
Good
Thank
night,
you.
everyone.